In the view of most of these corporate institutions, government is giving a lot more exemptions to the companies, the multinational enterprises that come to this country. Now, personally, I would be a bit biased, actually, because I personally, this is my personal view, I see no reason why I would grant tax exemptions to a company that is investing into gold and making all the huge profits. Rather, around the table of discussions on exemptions, I always call for a three-phased approach. One, security. We should negotiate with these companies and tell them how secured our territory and our zone is. Ghana is a safe country. Compared to other countries, we have good security in this country. Who amongst us would invest in Afghanistan at this moment? Who amongst us will go to a war zone like Ukraine and invest today? Ghana has that security we need. The next one is raw materials. The quality raw materials we have in this country is very, very clear. You compare even gold from Ghana and gold from Liberia, and they always talk about the quality of our gold. So we have the quality raw materials available. Third, we have the human capacity. A lot more Ghanaians are qualified to work. We're ready to work. We are trained. We have the skills available. So we need to ensure that government goes to the exemptions table with negotiations around the three key points of security, availability of raw materials, and the third point of labor availability. I would not say cheap labor, but very, very, very accessible and quality, but affordable labor is in Ghana.
We can say now there is e-commerce and gaming all over, and so the GRA can tap or leverage on e-commerce and gaming and rake in more revenue for the country. So we need to up our game here and then ensure that all those activities that go on the various digital platforms are also taxed. Then we also have the opportunity of using modified taxation, which is catered for by the Income Tax Act 2015 Act 896. It makes room for modified taxation. So for our taxpayers in the informal sector who find it difficult in maintaining records and other things and think paying the standard rate will have a negative impact on their businesses, a committee is in place considering how to come out with that modified taxation where something like 3% or so will be paid on the turnover of such businesses at the end of the year.
Personnel of Immigration Service is also part of the general public, and we offer public education and sensitization to the public. So we do so based on invitation or when we are able to communicate to the top hierarchy of any institution. We go in and provide education on gender-based violence and domestic violence. And immigration is key because they man our various borders, and they will definitely come across people who might be going through some form of an abuse, whether it's human trafficking or whatever. And so we are able to provide them with such sensitization. It will also help them to be on the lookout and also help others, because under the domestic violence law, anybody can report domestic violence. So as the immigration officers interact with people, and at the various borders, they can sense that there's something not right, and they will know exactly where to report to, because then the interaction and the networking will be well established. So the idea is to sensitize them and also educate them to let them know how they can assist other survivors of domestic violence. When it comes to gender-based violence, it's a behavior that has been learned, and it would take a lot of time for people to unlearn those behaviors. And it's also good for us to have such interactions so that people bring their opposing views. It is when the opposing views are brought to the fore that we are able to address them, than for us to keep quiet and not talk about it and unable to address them. So for me, it went well, and I'm happy to be here. I'm very happy I was given the opportunity to make a presentation. And I know it will not end, that we'll continue to chat. And in fact, it's not the first time we've had a sensitization for Ghana Immigration Service. We've done one earlier this year for the immigration headquarters. So it's a series of events that will be coming up.
This is Africa's Travel in Durban 2022. Good morning from South Africa. Good morning from Durban. Good morning, guys. Today is the conference day. I'm super excited. The main reason why we are here. And guess who is here with me?
Because I'm so happy. I missed Stella so much. It's been 2 years.
The last time was when she was in Ghana.
Yes. So we're here for the Africa in Durban conference.
Period. So we are already late. We are going to catch the bus to the conference ground, and I'm super excited. The lighting is here.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, so I'll catch you when I get there.
See you guys there.
I love you. One of the main reasons for coming to South Africa is to attend the Africa's Travel in Durban, which is one of the largest tourism marketing events in Africa's calendar. This is how I look for the exhibition. It's from Katie. Oh, thank you so much for this beautiful outfit. I'm looking so cute. Guys, let me know in the comment section if I look cute, because I feel so cute. Let's go.
Africa's tourism in Durban is an important gathering which over the next few days will witness the collective effort of rising together against the worst faults. For us as KwaZulu-Natal, this travel in Durban is a welcome boost as we emerge from the recent devastation of floods that affected especially eThekwini, but also all.
This event showcases the widest variety of Africa's best tourism products and attracts international buyers and media all across the world.
And this is the essence of the African Travel in Durban. It is a proudly Pan-African show, and as a continent we're a unique blend of culture, heritage, nature-based, rural and urban experiences that make Africa a rich and varied all-year destination with a unique history of courage, resilience, and historic sites that tell of our advancement.
After the main event, event, we had the privilege to meet exhibitors in South Africa and beyond. We had exhibitors from these categories: accommodation, tour operators, game lodges, transport, online travel, luxury products, hidden gems and others, to showcase all their products. Guess who I just saw?
Sassy okay, the incredible one, you know, the amazing content creator, Nigerian, badass. Okay, it's okay now.
How has it been so far? How has the experience been so far?
No, it's great. It's really great to have a lot of sort of like African businesses coming together to promote Africa. And I love the fact that if you heard the minister, she was talking about how we need to tell our own stories, right? How we project Africa is important, and we need to be the ones doing that in the best way, shaping our world. So far I'm loving it. I'm super excited.
All right. So there are a lot of companies here. There are a lot of exhibitors here. And I only thought it was South African companies, but no, it's all over the world. Lots of airlines. I saw Emirates and I saw South African Airways. So it's amazing. You get to meet the people directly, speak to them, and check out the way forward. So I'm super excited you all are coming along. Let's see the exhibitors are here. Let's see what they also have.
Located in the city centre of Cape Town. So we're really in the heart of the city. You get the energy and the vibrancy of the city centre. We have amazing facilities, amazing rooms, dedicated for a broad range of the market. So from couples to families, because we have large suites. So great for families that want to stay with us.
Software to manage the hotel, lodge, resort.
Oh, okay.
We basically have all of these different programs. So it's one stop for everything.
Yes.
You traveled Emirates?
Yeah. I went to Cote d'Ivoire recently and I went through Emirates.
Okay.
The last time was my first time in Dubai. This is amazing. This is my first exhibition. This is my first time in South Africa. This is my first time experiencing something like this. I was able to speak to a lot of exhibitors, a lot of resorts here in South Africa. Fingers crossed to see if this is going to land me my next travel deal. Fingers crossed. But then yeah, there are a lot of resorts that had stands. I spoke to them. So I'm also hoping to extend my stay so that I can see Cape Town, since Cape Town is not part of the itinerary. But then if I do, I mean, I'll share my experience so you get to see. So yeah, let me know in the comment section if you think this is a good initiative. Let me know in the comment section if you think you would come to South Africa next year to come experience this. This is just day one, and this brings us to the end of day one. I hope you enjoyed watching this video. Hi Jennifer. Hi AJ.
Hi.
So I want to know the reason why you chose me among others.
You guys are doing good work. It means you're doing great work. And your name is popping up somewhere.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I want to cry right now. Like, I've been so emotional yesterday. I'm like, I want to cry. I'm like,
I know when you got the email initially, you still had that, is this real?
Is this real? Yeah, even I sounded like that, right?
Yeah, that's how it sounded. But you're doing good work.
But your content is also organic.
Thank you.
And it shows your zest for travel.
Aww.
And then your energy is infectious.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Jennifer is with South African tourism based in Nigeria, same as AJ and nice to meet you, right?
Hi, from South Africa.
Hi from Durban.
Hi, Vivian's fan.
Wow, this is amazing. Like, I've always wanted to ask her why she chose me. Remember I said in my video, she sent me an email and we took it from there. So I'm like, I really wanted to ask her why she chose me. And it's more of the energy, the smiles, the organic content, the enjoying the travel lifestyle. Oh my goodness, this means so much to me. Ah, wow. fortune teller telling the lady about her future. Is it something you would do when you find yourself in another country? I sincerely don't believe in the ancestors and all that. I'm Christian and I don't believe in those things. But if you were here, would you go for your future to be told by a stranger? Let me know in the comment section if you think you would have. So it's time for lunch and we are here at the conference center about to have lunch. This is what I'm having together with fruits for dessert. So, and of course I forgot to add that I also have tea. Since I came here, I've been having a lot of tea here and it feels so good now. So about to have lunch. What is happening is we're going to have lunch and continue the city tour. So I hope you are enjoying the vlog as much as I'm enjoying being here, as much as I'm enjoying documenting my entire experience. See the fortune tellers I mentioned earlier on, right? Sasifunke is about to go and MC her, and I just asked her one question. What if you go there and she says your husband is not meant to be your husband?
I don't believe this thing. So for me, it's just pure jokes, right? That is her own now. Me, I know my husband. So whichever one she said, she's doing it for herself.
Okay, so I will be on the standby just to vlog her experience.
But if I have
what type of healing?
What's happening when healing?
Yeah, like no, I mean what type of healing?
I do consultations, readings, and healing, spiritual healing, traditional ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess it's readings then, because I don't have anything I want to heal, right?
Yeah.
So how does it work in terms of payment?
Okay, you can just pay anything that you have.
Like a donation, right?
Yes, donation. And then I throw the bones, and it depends. If the spirit says I'm asked to throw the bones, then I do the reading through spiritual realm.
Okay.
And then that's it.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to do it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be afar then. Just sitting here waiting for Sasifunke, and this is what is happening. She's whispering into the lady's bowl. She is shaking it now. I don't want to be close because it's very private.
Alright, so I just got it was like bone reading. She had bones in there. I won't lie to you guys, this thing was so accurate. What I mean, at the beginning I was like, okay, because she asked a few questions and I thought, okay, she was leading from what I said. Okay. But she got very specific with regard to like work, with regard to the kind of life I have.
I'm literally shaking for her.
No, I was shaking. And as she was telling me this thing, and after she finished, she was like, do you have any questions? I was like, I wasn't expecting this. Like, I'm very, not that I don't believe in these things, I'm just very like, whatever,
yeah, like indifferent.
But she was so accurate, and she told me some things that I should expect in the future. That's a bit scary.
So Vivian is also gone to have her readings. When she comes, she will share her experiences too. How was your experience?
It was so accurate, Stella. I'm shook. It was so accurate. Like, she was so on point. I don't want to share, but she was just on point with a lot of things. And it just got me thinking.
Were they good or bad? Good.
I would say it's a good thing. It's a good thing because now I can release myself from whatever it is.
So guys, today's the last day of Africa's Travel in Durban, and here with me is Anita. Anita, say hi. Say hello to the team. Say hello to AJ.
Hi.
Hi Jennifer. Hi darling.
Hi.
Hi Daniel. Hello darling. This is my photographer. He's been taking pictures of me and Daniel too. Hi Wademaya. Wademaya. Tayo, say hi. So guys, when you see Tayo on the internet, he's so different in person. He's so calm. You are calm
and
collected, yes, in person. Honestly, you look like you are like outgoing, yeah. And hi, Funke, Sasti Funke.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, so that's everyone. We're about to take some group pictures and end this conference. So yeah. Beautiful day. Good morning, my neighbors. Let's go to the beach. Back again, Charlie. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently here in Durban, South Africa, and guys, behind me is Southern Sun Hotel, which is the biggest hotel in South Africa. I'm sure you're interested. You want to see how it looks like, you want to see my experiences here. I'm going to be here for a few days. Shout out to South African tourism. You guys are coming along, so let's see what's inside here. Let me share my experiences here, cost and everything. So let's go right into the video. The Southern Sun Hotel is an iconic hotel located on the coast of Durban. It is currently the biggest hotel in South Africa with over 749 rooms. This is going to be my bedroom for the next few days. The best part is the view from my room. This is the view. So this is going to be my room for the next few days. Woo! I'm super excited. The room is beautiful. The view is amazing. I get to see the Indian Ocean every day, every morning. Wow. Quite a number of activities to do while living at the Southern Sun Hotel. So I'm heading towards the playground. The place is really huge, like it's a big space, so you can keep walking for like 20 minutes before getting to wherever you want to go. I like the weather. The weather is hot but chilly, cold at the same time. I don't know if you get me. So the next minute you're feeling hot, the next minute it's cold, the next minute is bright, you know. And this is a good weather. South Africa is beautiful. Hey, look at me, look at the way I'm glowing, look at the view. Wow. And I like the fact that their skies are like blue, so everywhere seems beautiful. So there's also a skating park where you can come and skate for free. Let's find out if it's for free, because I see A lot of folks riding their bicycle and also skating on their boards. This is pretty nice. Look at this. Whoa. You can come here, have a chill time. The weather is chilly, nice, warm at the same time. There are a lot of people skating here. Yeah, let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach now. I'm walking to the end of this stretch to have a better view of the ocean, and for you also to see how it looks like. This place is nice. Everywhere, everyone is walking freely. I'm also like chilling, enjoying my time. So if you know her, tell her you've seen her on my channel. I was trying to fly a drone from my room so that I could get you this view, like the whole outside, to get this beautiful view. As soon as it got to the green grass, it crashed, and it crashed on top of the building. So I did a lot of follow-up, and guess what? The drone is finally here and it's in terrible state. I want to cry right now. This is how the drone is looking now. This is broken. This side is broken. This side is also broken. The gimbal, which is this side, is also broken. The glass on the camera is broken. You can see inside of the camera is also broken. Here, let's see how it looks like. Come, let's go. This much. Look at this. We are done with our meal. Our meal was so delicious. We're heading back to the hotel. How was your meal? It was good. It looks like since I came, I've been enjoying all my meal. I had prawns and it was really grilled. Like, was nice. And one thing I've noticed so far on my second day here is their food comes in like large quantities, so you can order for like one, and your plate feels as though it's for two people. they have a surprise for us, and it's a spa. So I just took my bath. I'm going to have a massage, have a good time here. So I'm on my way downstairs, and of course you guys are coming with me, so let's go. So I'm here. The name of this place is Elengani, which is very close to my hotel. So we are going to have a spa. Yay, and this is me. I'm ready to get a massage. What are you giving me? What type of massage are we having today?
It's a full body massage with hot stones.
Okay.
For an hour.
Alright. Yes. So I'm sincerely used to deep tissue massage. So for a relaxing massage like this, I'm really hoping to enjoy it very well. Like you can tell from the look of my face. My hair ready, my hair ready, Ankasa. So yeah, let's have this party together. Anita, you're having it too, right? Yes, I am. If you don't know Anita, go to her Instagram channel. Hey, her Instagram page. You find
I think I need to start my own YouTube channel. You guys have to want to.
Please start. The way you are traveling alone. She's going to join the YouTube family soon. So let's go for the massage. Just ended the massage. It was such a good massage. I really enjoyed it. So like it's so relaxing. I think it's a good start for the entire trip. So I'm heading back to my room to rest and have dinner later on. So so far so good. It's been exciting. I'm really having a good time, and yeah, so catch you later. Good morning, South Africa. Good morning, Devon. Good morning. Look at the glow. Guys, I am really having a good time here. Good morning. I had pretty good sleep. I just washed my face, put on some lip gloss. I'm heading out for breakfast, and of course you all are coming with me. Look at my view here. I don't think I would get used to this view because it's too beautiful. Yesterday at night the whole place was dark. Let's go have some breakfast. Let's go. So I picked everything I'm going to have. Having some bacon, eggs, beans, potatoes, mushrooms. This is going to be my dessert. So I'm currently here at the last floor, which is the rooftop, and it's currently winter in Durban, so it's so cold and very windy here. And this is the pool area. Let's see how it looks like. The good part is the fact that everywhere has a beautiful view. I'm pretty sure if the weather was like very warm, we'll have a lot of people coming here. But because it's cold, no one is here. But this is how it looks from here. Everywhere is quiet. So I have been on the 29th floor the entire time, and yeah, already seen my room. But then, if you want to take a look at it again, I could show you. And I don't think I can ever get used to this view. This is beautiful. Good morning, it's a beautiful day. Good morning, my neighbors. Good morning from Durban, good morning from the Southern Sun Hotel. And today is going to be my last day here at this beautiful hotel. And yeah, going to have breakfast, go to ICC, and then leave this hotel. I hope you are enjoying my stay here. Look at the glow, like South Africa's sun gives you a different glow. So yeah, let's go. Should I close the window? Should I leave it? Should I close? Okay, let's go have some breakfast. Let's go. So one thing I realized here is they usually add cheese to their egg. The first day I came, I was like, oh, let me stick to what I know and just enjoy without cheese. The next day I had the fried eggs omelette with cheese, and I'm like, oh. Since then, every day I have omelette with cheese in it. This is good. This is what I'm having for breakfast. I'm having yogurt, my seeds, and yeah, tea. So cheers, guys. So yeah, cheers, guys. And oh, I forgot to mention that their tea is also very unique and different. I'm really going to miss this view. So guys, I want to say thank you so much for watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here at the Southern Sun Hotel. A big shout out to the South African tourism for this experience. Follow them on Instagram, show them some love. Until then, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. See you on my next video in South Africa. I love you all. Mwah. I'm currently here at the Moses Mabhida Stadium, and I'm about to go Segway for the first time. I keep turning, but yeah, it's going to be my fun experience. And even though I'm standing on it, I have been taking through some lessons, and I know you all are interested. So let's rewind to experience how this started. Let's go, guys. Here at the tour company that we are going Segway with, and it's called Segway Force, and the activity is also called Segway. This is my first time doing something like this. I'm super excited. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to glide because it's something I like. So yeah, this is the atmosphere here. This is how it looks. It's right behind the stadium, so it's not somewhere you're going to get lost. How are you doing?
I'm good. What color helmet would you like, white or black?
What color do you think will suit me?
Because it's a hotel, I'd go white.
White, okay. So she's going to get me, how often do people come here?
Every day.
And you're open every day?
7 days a week, from 8 until 4:30.
Okay, and how much does it cost?
Our cheapest ride is 285 Rand for 45 minutes, ranging up to 590 Rand for a 2-hour tour, which goes to Osaka.
Okay, so is there a specific clothing you must wear?
No, just very comfortable clothing, preferably tackies. As it's easier to ride with.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, I think I wore a dress today, and I think I'm good to go. Since it's going to be more of standing on the Segway, yeah, if that's what it's called, a Segway. So I'm super excited. You all are coming along. They also have others. They also have like skating bikes, skating shoes. If you also want to skate around, you can rent them here. So yeah. Hi Vivian.
Hola.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you excited about today?
Very, because it's actually my first time, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm so happy.
We are both so happy. We can't wait to learn and
Honestly, essay has been so much fun. Like, it's been back to back, but the fun has been non-stop. And today is just another one, after which we have more lined up. So guys, don't go anywhere. This is the channel to be at, okay?
So he's our tour guide. He's going to do some lessons with us and also explain how this machine works.
Yeah. So first thing that we have to do, our hands must be here on the handlebar. Step on, make sure that your feet are in the middle of the mat, not too forward, not too back. Always keep them in the frame. Yeah. The machine will just need to lean forward with your body straight to go forward. Slow down, we lean back.
Do you lean back with the machine or you lean back with your body?
No, it's you with your body.
With your body?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So the more you fall forward with your body straight, faster it goes. Yeah, to slow down, you just need to pull back.
The first lesson, I'm giving my first try.
Yes, let's
yeah, your waist must come close to the back. Yeah, your waist.
This is a fun activity to do here in South Africa. This is so fun. It's so easy to learn. Everybody can ride the Segway. It's my first time, and I must say I'm having the amazing time of my life. Hi, what is this? Fish. Oh. So we are currently here for a short break, and that was so much fun. I fell earlier on, I don't know if you saw it, but I crashed Vivian mistakenly, and yeah, but this was so fun. Wow, and the view here is so amazing. Wow, just look at this. Tour guide for some time. How long have you been doing this?
2 years.
2 years. Do you like your job?
Yes.
You like it?
I like it.
You have like a gold teeth here.
Yeah.
Hey, he's a rich man though. He has a gold. He has gold in his teeth. It's only rich people who can afford gold though. That was just by the way. So guys, this place is beautiful. Let's hear from my friends their experience. How was it?
It looks very scary.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It's cool. Okay. Hi Sassy. How was your experience?
was lovely. I had such a good time. First time, and I killed it.
You killed it. Yeah, you killed it. So let's say Vivian. Hi, what's your experience?
It was so much fun. I want to do this again. Like, I had an amazing time. Even though we bumped into each other at some point.
Yeah.
But it wasn't so bad.
Okay. Hi, Jennifer. How was your experience? Amazing. I loved it. Hi, Anita. How was your experience? You don't know. What do you mean by you don't know? So Anita has been scared the entire time, but then she managed to come here with us, which is exciting. You see how everybody reacts to this activity differently. So for somebody like Anita, she's not used to all this giddy adventure, but I am used to it. So yeah, I hope you enjoy watching this vlog, and I hope you've enjoyed riding with me. So there are like a group of people surfing around here. I don't know if you can see them. And this is beautiful. So far this has been so amazing. Thanks to the South African tourism, this experience has been worth it, like from day one till now. I hope you've enjoyed so much from my videos. If you missed them, please go back, watch them, enjoy, and let me know what you think. We are here riding, in fact gliding the Segway. The Segway, and it's been so fun. Yeah. So we are about to enter the tunnel. So we are going back just as we started from. So the beautiful part is from here you get to see the stadium. This brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed this, as much as I enjoyed sharing my experience. Until next time on my next video from South Africa, Durban, I want to say thanks for the support. I love you all as always. Kisses.
Up on this edition of Bistic, we learn about a technology that helps you learn a local dialect, translate your voice to text, and more, all through an app. We speak with the founder and director of Research of Natural Language Processing Ghana, Dr. Paul Azunre. Don't miss this one.
The context of Ghana Natural Language Processing is a way of enabling technology to understand our local languages. We think introducing an app like this ensures that we Ghanaians have a way to learn our language and use it correctly. Language is culture, right? And in the future, probably our entire existence is going to be digital. And if our language have not been digitized, what's going to happen to it?
Watch Bistic this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
The GFA have finally released the verdict on Interlice and then Ashanti Gold considering the match-fixing game that was played at the Linkley Sports Stadium in July 2021. Ashanti Gold and Interlice, they've been relegated or demoted to Division 2, whilst the chairman, the players and others have all been punished respectively. Do you think that the punishment was a bit harsh or the GFA was spot on? Let me hear from you in the comment section as I interact with Ghanaians here at UTC in Accra. My name is Joel Shen and welcome to this episode of the Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. So Ashanti Gold, they've been relegated to Division 2, demoted because of match fixing together with Interlice. They will pay 100,000 Ghana cedis. Do you think that it's a fair punishment?
The punishment is, for my own understanding, the match has been fixed and been played. But if there will be a consideration for them to pay the amount of 100,000 Ghana cedis and pardon them to be in the league, I will be so happy to see that. And also, it has to be a warning to other teams for them to know that this is not good in our league in Ghana here. So they have to give warning to others and pardon them to be in the league. I will be so happy to see that.
All right, but you support Asante Kotoko. One of the players who have been affected by this verdict from the GFA is Richmond Lamptey. Last season, he was part of the Interlice players who played that particular fixed match. He has also been banned from all football-related activity for 2.5 years.
Yeah, you see, in Africa here, I would say that our football, now we are trying to pull it, to make it strong. And rebanding our players that will make us be great. I don't think that it's a good idea. And I'm coming. Another thing is that they have to know the way to consider and make it work for us. Because when the player is banned for 2 years, my brother, he is losing form and he can't perform when he started again. It will be very difficult for him to play. Yeah, so that is my own opinion. And I will be happy to see them do it for us.
All right. Ashanti Gold and then Interlice have been relegated to Division 2 from Ghana Premier League and Division 1 because of their involvement in the match fixing of match day 34 game of the 2020-21 Ghana Premier League game. But we are here at UTC to interact with fans whether the punishment is fair enough or the GFA should have considering the status of Ashanti Gold in the history of Ghana football. Pachomi Mwakwa Baba GhanaWeb TV so Ashanti Gold in Penifro Ejo Omukwan say Omunko Division 2.
Memedi enyemu. Eso mukam.
It's all okay. But the Bible say Oma fix a match. They say punish you.
Yes, a punish you. The punish you no come. I'm cutting a big team. And you know dear and yet
a big team in the yard. My punish you.
Young punish you.
Young punish you. But
team need Omunkem.
And you think I was to say punishment, I said the moment. Because you see, I will say Division 2 na do amokono enye ya so na yete Ghana ayese o se obi so ana oya de a ye mpanishe no se keto ya na apanishe no sisi ya apanishe de oye kese no ene keto yin na ba uzu se nke ni se ye do amko Division 2 da bi nti ka punishment be na enfa mom
ya mom ka no mo kan
ya mom ka ya mbo mo ka e ka no kwa no mo kan. Okay. Can the ya bomb we so mbe 200,000 Ghana cedis. And yeah. It is 100 na.
Yeah, no more come.
Okay. Pajo mama njo so aje che.
Me so there enko mu come nka ba final form dey enko mom double.
It is ga omuntu eska no mo double. No mo nka league. But abroche kwa bi esida Juventus. Kama na Steven Apia ho omo je league mienu. Nenso omo hwehwe mu so omo fixe match no we no omo strip omo ko division omo je title from himself
by sa na think omo ye think omo twa omo aso sa na kom omo ka team na omo de we bo omo kokko next time omo say bi ma efiri omo kwa no mo cause this year na we impromptu so at here
division 2 no omo kwa ne
omo so Premier League no omo bona
as God omo chairman any CEO ono ne bani na omama omo 10 years any 8 years sounds no metua 50,000 any 100,000 omo no GFS you say we ni na omo plan here omo so omo punishment no ho na omo yaje
oh ende nka ye no omo yaje but timi omo kwan de ende nka nye fine ende nka me omo yaje nsa nka omo timi nkam na nka omo no omo fa ono ni tim kwa na omo wait ma hwese no be say no what I say I'm not quite so the man. I think I'm 10 years they said also.
Alright, so the two people I spoke to right now, they believe that the punishment to Ashanti Gold, Dr. Kweku Frimpong and his son, Emmanuel Frimpong, are a bit harsh. So the GFA should review it and then try and reduce it. But Ashanti Gold should not be relegated to the Division 2 of Ghana football. Ashanti Gold and I release a free GFA by and say, "Yachi almost all my fixing a match, and in some Division 2, no munch 100,000 Ghana cedis. Omo punishment, who do you say? No coins one.
No coins one.
Unyamo kase hash. Yambo mo kape na yamo mo kwa no montina league ne mo.
Yabo mo kania mo trema obia susu beyebi. Nti asesi ya twom aso. No obia de ahia de.
Division 2 na omo kono. Eyama anase nka ususu nka se punishment ne yemo.
Ne kwan so anu sise esese omo ko Division 2. No na obia be hu se me so me koye bia. Sa nso ne nso beyem na ma obia hu se
So the punishment is good. They should be relegated regardless of their status as a big club in Ghana, so that others will not also repeat this same mistake. Let me move on and then speak to others too. Pacho Ashanti Gold is saying kasi yes starting next season. GFS omo Division 2 every say omo game omo ni entire boy no omo fix it. Punishment no ne kwan so anu no anase ne nke se GFA omba form kakra
ya so omba form na omo fani omo nka
na omo kama se ebeme ebinum so akoso ayo
ya be se o se mo de asoswe mo odin ene ma omo so ya omo obi anya bi
eba omo se omo kwa Division 2 na omo sign 100,000 Ghana cedis o kan no boma wo you say hasha na
ene too much
too much let's say omo fix a game omo egu Ghana football animas
oda mo choma so ke
omo nji scan keke so Ashanti Gold is getting a bit of support, but don't forget that Interallies have also been relegated to Division 2 from Division 1. But they are spoken to 4 people right now, but the 3 are of the opinion that they should just be made to pay the money and then keep their Premier League status. So we are still asking whether the punishment given to Ashanti Gold and Interallies are too harsh for them to bear. But this fan right here is an Asante Kotoko fan, and I'm also going to ask him about how he feels following the ban on their midfielder Richmond Lamptey. And Patrick Makwa about GhanaWeb TV. So news number say a banning Ashanti Gold or match fixing or money Interallies in a saying of us harsh do and say punishment almost say no fatane de amomo.
Oh, punishment and then who says a quite almost fast or yes and Ghana football. Into the media, Nepal Swan.
Why you can't know Mukasai, no say. Then get your mom 200,000 pay. No, I'm colleague anymore.
Oh, there be no match fixing. I didn't say because I brought Italy crazy. I'm a Juventus score and no Sabai. Ain't no sa 2 or more. As some economy answer. I know dear. And no one.
It's one. Star player Richmond Lamptey. No Interallies or Bossa game maybe. This year, no more band so continent 2.5 years. Say and I'll what says our 7.
Oh, I am a Nansunanya Bassa, or don't want to match fixing Mudia, a banner account. Then only the American Assembly account, and Sasenka, or Koya Saden, no Koyani Acho, dear. Assembly,
but the company for only to me for 7 so terminating the contract, but Munsiashi. Omun Jan Kwaman and as all man in several Neban, non consumer.
Say contract no sign and a bedroom on the contract. Drew on the same way, dear. No, would dear, on bet terminating a contract. And because the Abbey, Momania Bando. She knew I be a Omokoya, a Beya. Say, only fast also better now on Motiauka.
So, the decision to ban Interallies and then Ashanti Gold and demote them to their Division 2 is spot on because they were destroying the game. But on Richmond Lamptey, he believes that the player deserves everything that has been given to him because he went in to fix the game with together with all the others who have been banned. So if Kotoko management assess the situation and they think that they cannot handle it, they should terminate his contract so that they can have their peace of mind. Tibajo Oyo Kotoko ni Ashanti Gold omoye mo rivals. Sisi a ye de omo ko Division 2. What is as a medical no say na usi feel here.
Oh me dia ahame say Ghana say anya sa things in na be say obi a wo scan na be falik tino say this sample no e be ma afoforo so asuanya nsa omo ko yesa de ni bi timi dem bi say
nti woni omo ka say punishment no ano ohye enu nti omo ma Ashanti Gold into 100,000 per na omo ka league ni mu no omo nyaadwe
mi no omo nyaadwe you know omo deserve so omo yesa because obi a to players are ordinary ball league. I didn't know to ask a movie. Now influence and now wage point amount. In the end,
okay. Richmond Lamptey players. See, I banned for 2.5 years. Saying a basic affected Mutino.
Oh, and there are the answer and Yamba. And Yamba and the or so the movie and other number. Intino. I saw service and the other man the time son said, Yana back of fun.
See, and when we are there. 24 Omunjan Kwana.
Oh, one man go. One man go because it's about 7 man in the week.
Okay, news I had to say, or sign a female, sir. Waboba Quivi. By the time what's not by the time a ban baby and no contract you.
When you so neat, Papa, Intino. Or Trawanes and a time as soon as you're being Yana, back of fun.
She said a moment Janoquine.
The moment Janoquine. On Trawa was in a time of the vessel. To do an so for my Fanaba.
Alright, so we are wrapping up on this week's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are asking whether the punishment given to Ashanti Gold, Interallies and the others for fixing a Ghana Premier League game is enough, or you think that the GFA they've been too harsh on them and then they should review the punishment and then try and reduce it for them. We've already spoken to some people. They believe that they should just be made to pay the 100,000 Ghana cedis and then keep their status in the Premier League and Division 1. Others also believe that even Juventus was relegated for this same offense. Mwakwa Baba GhanaWeb TV, so we support Haas, we are Kotoko, and we say Haas in Mamma for Haas in Indikai. Money Ashanti Gold Besambo. What they say? Yes, next season, we Division 2 no. And not feeling say.
Oh, to me no, very very nice. Everything I idea. Even though Kotokopo as a sanction or the fake penalty against CN. It's the Odema referee, no, so I've referee for
the entire season.
The entire season, that's all Kotoko crowd, or the points no Kotoko. Or else I Kululu, it has a motion we no much me yet.
And you see, Ashanti Gold, yes, from next season, or Division 2, only 100,000 Ghana cedis. The chairman, they are banning for 10 years. CEO, and so 8 years. Almost 200,000, any 50,000. No point so and I say we say I know what do.
Oh, and no pepe. Even though Yanyasa against me, emphasis so can ye already a soccer no, sinking. Not a chimu time of a chum. Yeah, per se build. Not still more match fees in a baby. I say, Obimu yourself with scapegoats. Now, he the best idea no. Even we no 2 years and
almost 8 years, any 10.
Endorse. Endorse. At least 15 years. Now, so my chance from Abba.
My chance from Abba.
Yeah.
Okay. My member also, we are Kotokoni. Money Ashanti Gold, Anne or Mobo, and it's not a more gamer. Yawa day, more gamer. Some of what's it? Sunny, so send our fan.
I have a papa. Because Tim Yin Nana was Ashanti region. Nobody, sir. I do a bomb day, may you know, I'm Tiasi. Meanwhile, you guys 15 years or no, has into no way the Okasa. Or I say 15 years, 8 years, and a dozen at least go face or 18 can see a par. You can say to me 2 months or 2 months. At least 1 year cry no more. Also, seem to be there be any sir. 1 year cry. There be Ghana League Yanka, it tells you. Yeah, but I'm a fixed game 4-1. And a backfire and OBRT, we share videos in the only internalize our moving game no 7-0. Me to my share video no more. Won't share video no more. Okay, and we have made video ni bi. I'm a wife. But punishment no. Ebinum senka omuntu 100,000 Ghana cedis. Ba mi bisao. The amodi am penny for no. Well, wo faso. 100,000 no day. So much and I don't want say a punishment for 8 years. Ashanti Gold as a football club no. Omo punishment and say bet 100,000 Ghana cedis. No more Division 2. Yes. Chairman Kwekuku Frimpong and the bus CEO Emmanuel Frimpong. Omo punishment and say omo ban football who be for 8 years, any 10 years, almost 50,000, any 100,000 Ghana cedis. Entire license so called Division 2, almost 300,000 Ghana cedis. As you would know, it was Ashanti Gold party. Minim the entire almost because they can't say if you Ashanti Gold Kotoko, Kifesa. Or when Ashanti Gold accounted on your strong or Ashanti region. The work we Ashanti Gold film. I have been Timushe, no one be informed. Oh, I know the derby, I know the encanas or call so my. They said, Ashanti region, Tim's in Nako Catray. Ashanti go country, to go in that country. Yes, I know. I had it. They say, F and you be informed. F and you be informed. Pass, you was one. All right. I am Pembe Breno, I am Yakawa Ghana, say. Here from Kwana, embready or ma, and the Yadomofa, I am the Kwan. So, see, Jeff, I say. So so Nisa Soma was Subeshi Yepa. Omo Ediama Ashanti Gold is next season Econo, Omo Division 2. I know they and I say for the Jeffy Eddie Ababon tennis. Ah, okay. To me, no, me sure I know Dinkakra. By Nanke, the punishment, the more money there. Omo deserve it. Says here, then it is our punishment here at the moment. Because you're sure Ghana, Ghana, you're bolic. Na say kon ending na match fixing eden e Dawson eden e wo mu match fixing e Dawson e wo mu e ma ye leg na nya den enye solid eno sa no e ma leg na anya solid a e bia ye ko ye bo international matches na ade nyina ye ntumi nye den enko ye nim I hope say punishment here the mom no
ebe deserve my next time obi ntumi nye den enkonkoye de omoye ni.
All right, so different opinions, and that is why we do this every Wednesday and Friday on the Sports Debate on GhanaWeb TV. This one believes that the punishment, the GFA, they were spot on. My middleman here also thinks that it is a bit too harsh. They should try and then reduce it. He is saying that it's because he's a Kotoko fan. So the sentiment for Ashanti Road is there. But finally, let me come to you. Asante Kotoko, midfielder Richmond Lamptey. No boy into allies or boss I game ni be. I'm all banning for 2.5 years. And no saying the basi affecting with him.
Oh, Richmond Lamptey, or ya deal with him Bomodi. The Banasi on the Chinese, Asumbe, is it
2.5 years?
Yes, oh, yes, you know, you need midfield Pia, you could part the sense of Richmond Lamptey. Ukutabwa, me papa, what me push for him, I know when to me be for one. I saw we be found there. What a coil sweating. That's why you want to have.
All right, finally, no, my name is Samu. Send a season econo, and no man now cost send a corner. Next year, a super cup, no, a bear has in a cotoko, Sisia Kotoko, Monam Kwanzo Mokoje Lake, has so a room or FA Cup final. Leg in a berry.
Legend they say, wow, they're not dear with that. Bass and a moment fun show with him, we say, every day or more.
Africa,
we want Legend to be enemy second to Koya Ferry. Bao Cap and I think I'll go for an final.
That's also Legend or Cabas games.
My ferry cry. Me brother cram.
If you match out the tunnel.
Men tomat. O ka se me tomat ya ro. U ko gina sika me de sika bro. Am first career bro. E dey say league dey obi anu se kotoko ya fawi. FA finance na ko bodo. Nipa opponent no. Has no unya fawi. E men fans o team se ko bo Super Cup na wi sa. Ti ye dey league na fa kotoko. E dey na so.
FA Cup re.
Oh, has there.
Yeah,
Yakobo with Super Cup,
Super Cup.
And also Yafa. So my only problem is Intala coach never anything.
Intala coach Felix Abuajo.
The punishment here too harsh.
Okay.
Why? Because of Bemu just 3 months. Now almost 50 match before almost.
Yeah, but no, some particular game no. Oh, some particular game no punishing. Almost say no ni movie before the game. Say game no fix one can be and champion for.
Oh, okay. And so to me na too harsh.
Too harsh.
Felix Abuachi no. Ono wa ball professional football for 20 years. It's me sure say obet me ni hu afra. Sa match facing him. Allegation with that one.
Okay.
It's a motion no munya wi.
All right, mama fa we also FA Cup no has error PBBR.
Okay. FA Cup has ni bechem no.
Has ni bechem.
Em say me hwe bechem. Omo last match omo boy
omo na
eduana no. Omo ye very great. But as a team a wagidin. To me no me hope say has better has beat my fight. FA Cup no. Na ya ko enim ya ko akọje champions of Super Cup na e ball Ghana say.
All right, so that's how we end this edition of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week's episode, we came here to interact with football fans here at UTC here in Accra. Let me hear from you in the comment section. The punishment to Ashanti Gold, Interlice and the official. Do you think that it's a bit too harsh, or you think that the GFA was spot on and this are the kind of punishment we need to make sure that our game is clean? My name is Joel Leshen, and thanks for joining me here. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Many MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because they had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Muhammad Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
comes to parliaments always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arises. When there are some reasons to talk, yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, for as a member of parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but his people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people you come to parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter in their constituency, you won't see much projects. You can notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason why.
Oh no, we know that for you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for? If you
enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankies, all the way from Frankies down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, Saint Kizito said, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee even before I was born, especially when it rains, you can't walk there, you can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from hot coffee all the way to Kanda Highway, and there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque, and I demolished the mosque and then open up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did. All the way is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. So the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge. It's called Naza Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major road, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we were able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. There are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do, at least we can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the WASI, we make sure we support them with the math sets and so on. Sometimes we give them books and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does his people like him? Yes. So they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason.
How is
So I
that
think.
feedback? Like, how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. For I'm always my always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at St. Kizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when you come, my relationship with the, you know, we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we judge to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend the program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend the program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
And that's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people do things so, especially the taxi drivers, those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though there's incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled. Because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima, guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that.
Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to... How did it happen? How did it work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You'll be in parliament for the next 12 years because 11 people. How did you resolve? Did you engage people, chief imams, stakeholders, and how do you? I
do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also, they are playing a very, very wonderful role. Our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in Nima, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering, we make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in Nima, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them, I educate them. If you have a daughter or you have a son who wants to go to school and you can't afford it, come to my office. Yes, I will support you to make sure we pay the fees for you. So all those things also, it has been so helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes, because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are what? We are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing.
We've left your constituency. We are now in Parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy. Yes. Would you say we are in crisis? Looking at our recent 4 hikes and what's going on in this country, I think I do need to give details. But what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of? I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mahama told them, His Excellency John Dramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. People, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You can make noise. Today you are the vice president. Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, 3rd quarter, 4th quarter. Now we are almost end of the 1st quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it, that NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it. We are currently at the Ayawaso East constituency. We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Ayawaso is today because of your MP. He's been in Parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016 and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in Parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Muhammad Toure is somebody, he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNather, if you go to Nima market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima market. and the Nima Madina station, hot coffee area, all the put pavement. We went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. We went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital at Nima, and though he didn't complete throughout, but he did reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operations means your Ulungu. We have done all. Before Nima, you can't pass inside Nima, but now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing, have no problem. So to talk in Parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency, no, we are not talking about your graduate, no, it's action. What we have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we'll be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in Parliament, no. We see some people speaking in Parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all, from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the Parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at Parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced him into Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen, and we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the Parliament, it's not about speaking at the Parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the big difference.
If he contests again, do you think he will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. It's not here for me, but I can show the project to him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say it's not talking, we don't need this talking at the Parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me, I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN. Everywhere you go, because his name is Mohammed Turi Nasser. So I short it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in Parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in Parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in Parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and Energy in Parliament, then we should thank God that we and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in Parliament, talking in Parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief whip, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are satisfied with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with his okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nasser because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust.
he promised and he delivered. You understand? He promised and he delivered. So Honorable Nasser, I think unless he decides not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in the
especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see, first it was very dirty. They put baller at any place. But now, if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is this someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say he knows me already.
Kasa de enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma. So na adwuma ntina ye to ma no because wo bae no nsese aba mentemu ha ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no nsese abem bebre because first the kwan we no na water down into nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi mfa ha but wo bae na aja na kokwa adum tu wo so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so ntinu ama bebia bebre enya hanko ha ntinu obia hwe sende na juma city ansana wato amano enye ne kasa obi wo a kasa parliament bia wo nya sende amanfo ye pe ama wa aya ama omo ntinu eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na sende wono so ne mente musu be ye so ntinu eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo bo ni pa sende ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyɛn a wɔno nso otimi tie nipa su frena wɔno nso sɛndeɛ kakra a wɔwɔ no metimi abo nipa tina no deɛ ɛnyɛ wɔnyɛ bad wɔ ho sɛ mpunto ne sɛndeɛ wɔhu nipa mɔbron deɛ ɛno deɛ wɔnyɛ ayi kura
esa be magana parliament take win seat in shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowani lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowani lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gege gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya ba da uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da yawa isa da kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka aka ya dare baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwar Nima ka shiga kai tafiya ka kwanta ko ina maganan da kenan kenan.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Nazar Muhammad Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimati Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
Dada mwasio ye busia ankame nyamwa dada mwasio in the future Sneger's voice I busia for yasia baby send dada ye no in some coso entertainment industry na chese ya boa no a ye de ba besomo enenso masia baby mama akuachi ene menua ba we chane ho kakra ntine enenso no se me mama gire mo ema no into the answer ne be ka bibia no encha ye ho sima kakra bi ne ba bibia ho no bia ne esane mo amamo ene ye sabo makwaba eba nkomo wo so na dada mo asi die sisi etemo ene o hia me kra o kan dada mo asi o meje wo so ne no na ya Miss Bell nyumtini o se twasene one ne nanfofo bi che so makwakọ pe ba bi atena ene otimi se girls o mo we o ma no nkakra ene na be hwo ma twufo na die si o mo so na onua me se be hwa asem enya dada mwasio ye meye yasi de mwamba nka bibi atumio anka abo bi achime awe na be head Miss Bell ne na fufui
yeah na yesi dada mwasio Mama baby ai na mishamo $1
na me pese me bo obi adi na so de wan kasa o sha utimi se we de na efi ashwas nega essence ono na ne papa to na na no we wonsie do na o ye ni 1 week wie ye e wa chi mota Ghana for na oni say by na man for ka say ase na 1 week na ansa no bedi 1 week no na wa hye da ate because na o feel say bia na o ye na nkofo amba nti nkofo so kire ma amro ye ni wie na chese 1 week no o ye wie ya nkofo start so mo ba na nkofo ba ase no na dada mo ase ye hye ase say ba ne ba no man for kire mu say Miss Bell odi asembe bo odi asembe banka sankasa esanse sa ade a wo ken efia hwa etini sisi a ha asembe tu bia ade anchi so 24/7 enya mbedu Schwarzenegger enso ba no so chief phone beto wonom o se Miss Bell mi de so ye nyina ye nim dada ne ono no on kashio na so no se nye ye kra no se dada mo ase kra ye na at least ono so eye ne ye no ye no anya na wade te se na ebi mo kwakwa ye awade wo gbawe e ma alaji bi no
santeman mo se danie ye everyday edwabonnie obi to party obi ensiase mama nkanye moa boy mwachre se asante ye wa mamre ye nyima yeyo ye nyim sedie ye kura panini echi sabi enya awade bia ye toma alaji bi wogbawe na mwa ye yes o papa titi wo ye a wo kura na echi onya awade mo bi nko han pabo ama ho asante mai mi shram
o chema sie ke yi a ye de wa ye bi ma chese abrochire Canada USA ehefa obi asori na efia yetu chema efia yetu chema esanse ye de enye wonim ne wachi obi ene wonma watumi ye bida ene otumu se shesi otoma Miss Bell ambato akacha Miss Bell so se Miss Bell unso we ye na akoye no ya wade bi na akotoma walaji se Ghana for months munim se na nse na chese Miss Bell onu so papa wuye chese otona na won se do mra na chese o ti radio so kra o ye ni show me ko wie mpo de na sukura nemu ebusiafo mi ntumi nya de ni biem yese mi papa ewo wa no oja edu radio no eko se tipa na o ye na yi kama o ye a Miss Bell ye na yi a asamoaja no baby jet otonyom ebobo esansa eba ye na se ba beto nyom e ma cheso bi ewie mpo da fe do mo se ebe ya nkasamoaja embobo ni bi nko se hu se music ye wo talent chese kokobo nyom asamoaja mu nyina abeyi asigiti anti mu chese gift yose Mrs Adoye abeyi asi opiese Esther mu nyina ba beto nyom ewie ya wo Schwarzenegger get on make cha Miss Bell say ne yi oye no ya wade no ye ene e ba no amanfo se somwe ene efia hwa omode me man bi ono ankasa de me hye so feel ye pa na ochi de talk of the town ne ye efia hwa ne ye nko ne papa o sie no na chese na wajiga na hanu fa bebia na chese mu ye otumi so mu ye okumase eye KNUST omo school park on no mu ye wo eni owie ye no de se ne de bi oye no chief oni sa de si nanim eni adara na be hye asanteman minya moden krani ye metimo so na masore muni me ye efiashwa asanteman muni me ye yo mi hu bida asanteman medamase dada damase asanteman for na oman for mbeka ya na nsentemu bi na chese ene video bi oman for de bebe tu dwa na omu kire mu say if ya hwe ya o asanteman ko ya na order omasi o the video bi so ba abonti na chese o di o mateme yi pa na na ba na oman for kire mu say if ya hwa onipa baako na uti say ochina yes oyo want to say onya consistent say ene wo nia wo kan ochina so wo nia wo kan no chema asanteman oda asanteman ase da san say otumi ehu say Ghana hanom na part of asanteman chese bie ni won mekro bie ni won mo betumi aye say no no asanteman for aye no chema ade a waye ade yi pa na chese eye no na nampo no de video ni esi ni no de phone esi ni ma chese no go so da asanteman ase no bo nkofo bi din no chemu say chief of staff your friend say mami free more pare ono kra na chese we man 50,000 Ghana cedis e ma chese ono so aboa no e ma coffin a chese ne papa ni mu no omo di fram no ne e de ba Ghana hanom ene oba yo se oda na sio oda na se dada mo ase na bia oda na se say nye ono a anka dachi bi no ke bia na anka ne papa be bia no wo bia anka oka wo honom na so ye chief of staff ada romenti otumi boa no me de ye funu ne bae owie yen so na chese man 50,000 Ghana cedis na say we obeka na Ghana 40 ye ntwumu a na den be didi atem ai ena mo sorry mo se Ghana se na Ghana ahokyere wa Ghana hanom a chese obi nkofo esu so mo ni sika omo chese ensam na ye deja Emma wotumi atam 50,000 Ghana cedis e de akoma e fia shots nigga a infaso be na amanfo kyerem o de bre Ghana ana o de ma Ghana a enu nti chief of staff wotumi apagye sika kakraka sei e da kokko no e fia shots o fanya ni papa yie ene e ba ya de Ghana for man fans be ye mami o ma di nata ebi won so guso a ka se o mo guso a hwe animu pa se ye mami e di mo ye bi e wasa asemi mo na no kra bi e wo mu e san se bi mo so mo do mo sori o mo nji e fia shots e de se e fia shots de e to de bi e otumi de fa wani asesa no obegye di say bia na ya mpan so bekom na chese onte hye se ne be ya obenya bi aka na chese be man nkofo headlines se ne waye yi no ha no e bi na waye ntino yenso de eguso ye hye se ye chief of staff nso ono so bibia wo mbia se ye nokro se nye nokro ye GhanaWeb de yentumi enchwe na so se bibia no so de ba yenso be bomodia na chese ye de amawo pa Ghana for dada mo asivia na dada mo asi akeka kwa masisi ade du samia woku so if you show achema dada wa sibia samia woku na if you show Saturday ya chese oye ne papa ye se obi nim se samia woku breni siko se oye ni den ye obi ntumi nkyere na so se na dada ye no ano ono so dada na se ebi akwa mani ye pa na no o twemu so no if you show wo no mi nyankopon eyi akyere no se ya de samia woku ebe ye mampeni ani mo den na den ebe mampeni a chese enye yizo no twema se samia woku one man may president wa Ghana han money if ya shows nigga sebio obey tutu ni prekope obey the nation's prostitute a obia entumi enene nkokon e wo honom ene chese ochirema samia woku nia oye man nyina bia no dada eda wase na so manfo be kaya unsa memne nda na ebra na chese mo ye na mu na chese gift me sesa doye bonyoma busuafo sa sister shwo nso won bi a chese no nso edi na so se ni ye be wane se ni nsa benkumi odi esi abrantie bi ni se saman no be a break no be na sasa adan boni be na chese abrante etumi dia ye wa ma obo na sumsa na ne ba na man for ne social media obi aba say usually obi asemba obi awo the reason or jinjo we so or the 2 and 2 bi esuso mo be hu say da bi e bia na asem na nuntie nanso ebi mu kyerem a asa na sika na yetutu go no efi ahwo aso no na abrante no pese obesesa sika no na kyese no so de kohwe ne haufa enti na asombo ne baaye ene nete na ewie ye no obi a twen san ke efi ahwo so e de ntwemu beba na wonu aba nso de so ni sani adada oye no onfe ni aga kyese obaaye na o de ntwemu baaye o kyerem a eye ni nua ba pani ana ye tu sika de egu onu efi ahwa ne so no ani nua ba na piki sika ne nkakra no na branti akwa chim ne sister pani o ne nsa ne papa ba we chim ne sister yi nsa eji sika ne de free ni nsa mo no chim ne nsa benku me ekitani ani hu e ha se as a winning na so be Jimmy said the old Eddie fan him na so Jenny say oh and now theatre to just a brand here no sada no be coffee no so ni so na moja nda ho dia na mfa sedan ba Nyankopon pa isa Nyankopon odini ho afofia nkasa na Ghana for munim se if you Schwarzenegger na ye na oye no wemni na ye twenwi na onim se ye na oye no e ka oboye nyina e 200,000 Ghana cedis e ye se o kan ne sika na so titisika no 2 billion anio 2 billion mi se 2 billion eno ene ye de ye da agye na ye na so mu nyim na ne ba ye na ye na tornado wan so nyim ono ne efia omo back and forth omo kwa we be mani nua na we de be mani nua eno na tornado echirema Ghana for madao na so mo na egu abontin o chema efia Schwarzenegger year o se wudi 2 billion ene ye eba ne se na afede kumase amontin so obi ase wanya aduane amfendi ena ai mikoto na ntwe mienu odwan 10 ena fine kosi se mito the whole of specialized in show koto ni nyina de be yi na se nso kumase fo echirema aduane omo bai wanya aduane endi omanya nsu anom na ntwe mienu nso so okokoto yeso mpo na chese eno so no adani deja chese na ntwe no omanya bia anwe bepemo na ye kase na efia Schwarzenegger abrato na do kan sense we nyina wie no so e de betu ja se de ye no na no ka chane se uni wa ho no ma wonti ase se ono de 2 billion ene ye yie ana afempu no nkofo donate sika dodo na dia ma no o se o chana se we ni ngi won ho a bomodia ne kun papa sempo no ntumi nkuna o de try na ma o papa ye no depedebede na cheto papa no onye funeral eni owu a ono so ye ogidipa se bia donation no benya bi but as it stands now o kase de eyi no umpo donations wenya bi free chief of staff ho wenya bi free vice president ho wenya bi free chairman ntumi ho opambwe ono krampo be pie we yase na ifia Schwarzenegger cross mbisa mo se mo Ghana ha no mo se opambwe wa ko bi yase da na zen we ena manu hu so no no ode musuru nkunto se mbo amane donation na nkofo de man no upe umpo waje nso so pe donation ni bia na mpo no nti ase a ma papa onye condemn ana onye what a shock enti chese ya nkwa eyi ni bi no adan mbo yedin emfa aseda ni bi emaya na rade masire ene dada mwase da keke din so agene de ayenim keke di ankasa yera ba kope personality ba kope o waga na ha no nso tumu se emra chese fia Schwarzenegger ni papa na yie 1 week imu na otuemu pe yie nene na chese fia hwa ade na aseda no so abre no sida kekedi odawasia na ense esanso chema ye 51 week ton na started se wo mano se bio nyansa kanyansa gunasum etunefo chese bebi obekobia otua na wetiem tono so dia asida sronko efri Nyankopon heaven straight na ode ma odawasi ye pan na ni otrowie na kekedi nso ede betu ya ni post na se na no ntu chiremu se onua aside ni ho esanse se etua wonua ho na odofo ho na chese etua won so ho anisa chese nipa so ye de ben se o se ye bobo ye nyina ho se ne be ya bibie ni a etumi akoso ene na aside ni ho bie mu de ye ndane ne ho ye ni chese ye ndane ye ho kakra ye nkokon num nsio kakra ne ye ba bibie ho no bia no ya san de asomo.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Ebusia. Me sama makwa babiem. Me dia ne maami ekuache. Ane ne ye tu fan dia ya dase ye sisi na sefo no. Omu konko gwa fe de ye nko eye styles mu kakra. On enko kan eye sex ho kakra. Na eye Stephanie Benson nyumtuni asisi de therapist papa o chire adofo se na mo be ya ebetu ya mamo do no aso ye. Wakwakwa ye ekua etese mianso yi de otumi sesa nneema ne de ye bemu a ye peye pa ya ne ani gye ho. No na je so de futo kakra bia bre ma ene meme nyina ene we de ye simple de ama we okọ bebi akwa kotua sika ba we de o chire ma de ama je simple fanesa no na je so de akwa koto any social media post or Instagram eno de futo bi eba na ochwe mu so no honumi nso yo be bia esa ne dwumedi a odi ni ntino aya che so ntant na ne kunu nchen na so se de bia eda ba kokrampo eni wono ma ne kun enfe no esa ne nieme bia wo ye de twa ne kunu ntino o se no otu kwan se wa baga na anumi eto de bia ne video call si otumi ne ye otumi ma ne hunu se ne yire no wo honum no che so onye bibia boni bia we tire otumi ne kunu feel ne part ne be ya ne kunu obe fe na che sa video open se ne yire no e baba ne nchen eno ade niema nan bi e de ato no so de kire anampo nan youth for no na aware for mpo no o de kire mo o se wutu kwan anampo se wonni ukunu nchen na se o yire nchen a eniema nan ba ko ne se aya menyo ho jealous bia wo honom ahoaye ase ahye ma amukunu tu kwan na se wutu o yire tu kwan a na wo frefre ntu wo he nti wo ye den wo pese wo hu ne o ye no se sa de no enye ensan fata nti mo nya san bi afienso no man arehye mu bie man hu no se baby kra wo no you still have that relationship or don't know eguso ewom enya afi na ba be ye mu hu hwehwe nim hwanim bia afienso no o say the flower. You see that flower? So in flower, so you want to say, "I didn't know flower no masala. Oh, don't know say flower no. It is still shining. Oh, no, this a foot on kakra we are at the amagana for any more marking in adult for you now. And to watch us away there simple of the amount. Nya pe won't be and also you with the woman now. So Gidi say, where you now no way ya a idea a bit to me abu and I'm say mirror the last one. I said last one. Drew sekoda na I say yeah tie release oh no who say bibi wo ampa Stephanie we dey da wase pa such say we dey say photo sunku we e dey ma yeni so ye pa na nsenchire ni oba so na no ho fe no sa nsenchire djuma aye fe no se wa mi he na cheso no so din semfo bi ato ni social media page Twitter so dey ato chese ni followers anim se so we oba na so wo ho no na so won ware ya menka se on ware ye ni ntino oni anije o se tasam ne de engina baby enka da ntimunja ise de bia na we ware ya na won ani nji no o chema oh wo sika na chese abrabo na koyie e de ma kama I mean anije be na enimu biem to no de o se o chema munja ise ukotena social media utumi attacking central for ani teacher ne ma na mema mutumi ka kire mo na ye na wale o se sasam no ompe munja esansen fata na Kumawood actress I friend of Mama Jane and I na sentem de fia hwasne guy ni movie say be buy a friend say beauty no di mu akoten pa no de ba beto dwa say e beto de bi kra de na che say e kompa she could start herself because sika ni honom o chema amanfo dodo na esan sini na o twa ni ntino mo fele se o sika eni nto ka ne ha kra de tro bi na on jin de ka say movie be ba we twa nyina nto pa che se nti ni sika na but o se sa abrabo no emu odin yie pan na no wie na o twemu so no ni nkola bem nya na nko se onyi a ko peso ye judge otemu afo na nko te so te court na nko no so di amanfo nsema na nso fofu ya nto ata ekoko wie no na wadani Kumawood actress ba ko pa na chese afide senior na we twa chese ohun ni onfanye no neno na chese A+ ni wife ba ko pa ye friend sa kosia V na chese no so din temfo bia ba beto dwa o se wo ho o te Ghana ha no na mpo ye nipa da se na o ti wiase a bomodia na fa wabrabo na nya private kakra esan se yes na de bia won se me da montina ya na nkofo eni dimu pan hwehwehwe ehun bibia chese ebenya bibi a obeka fa won se na be ya chese nsem be de jant ono onumi wa hyeda pa na chese de ne ho ate on peso bia be hu ni nsemu esan se so hu na asema e na obeka na so no de obomodia de hu si a obo se obi enya hye chese emfa anampo enka emfa ho na emra akosia v edison se we betu dwa se wo hod me wo so ma abra bon de private kakra no e na manfo kire ma asre sa de ne sa bon bo ase akosia v mpa che wo se mi mbisa wo emom se anompo se mi kan kire wo se so wo afuti obi a kongrem na kokacha akokọ hwede se omrefie sanse ni nua ene akokọ ose ye mbisa wo se na manfo se mi mbisa wo se ukun A+ oye private ana ene ne etu fande ana ye koche se Nigeria memu enyum tuni aye friend se Davido obibini son of akope no no den semfo bia ba to jo mu se ye amemu na ye din chese nema enkoye nti eye ifia da ye da ye nim ye 18th February ono nka se ba be che eye nipa hudo bi be ye nipa be 20 oba be mo mu sika na chese be ye be 20 million naira o de ba be che sa nipa 20 ni nyina esan so mu se nema enkoye nti oba be ye adoye kakra na chese o de amasa nkofo nyina no manfo ene Nigeria fo mo mpene ne esan so munyum tuni no enche bia no be ye mu show na eye Ghana nyumtuni kwa okese abodam ene amunya munim ne manager aye friend no se eye fene kochire mmanfa beka ye 80 se pepe ni achese otwana na no wonse do nipa bonifo bi ekokun na ma chese ebepem ne ye nheda ehu nipa mpo achese okun no eno na chese Sunday ko se da ye twenwi ebra na chese kwa okese ene na o kaka ne na o twemu se ye efitimra ore efri mu no yade aha ne ye pa na ne ye no ha no bebe no krampo se eye nipa wodo bi a na feniki ye wo otiase a obo omo ne nkika ho sankofo ni nyina adane omachi e de amo no kwa okese ma chese adane na rewo ma chese ohun ni onfanye no ho kranto ndi ochire ma ebepe manampo na ogbo mpaye sana so wo hwe anim sie be hu nipa bonefo a chese okun nipa no nto no fenik no embomodi ano mboa no se ne be hu sa nipa na nsa no no kwa okese de ne kra no anampo ne bo no atone yam na kwa kasi ya na chese odin semfo bi kwakoto ya ni social media post a o twemu se we say titi aro old men na so the young boys no they are now growing old esansa memo ne nko ye o tema enye sa aban we ya na mre bi etwemu ekoye ne brana be hwe asem tumi na amemo nye ene muntu abama me muntu abama me afede mo ba ya hwefu prices o hwema asem be ne den kra na ekosi yo no odun on ti ase so we ba omia on sisi ano how far o chema sisi ano obi a young boy na afida kwakwa say you are growing old sense ne ma ne nko yefu on ye tumu chese bibia abo ayedin e wo Ghana hanom na eye keche Joshua samunim na ne circle de obetine circle de ide onsa nyumtuni ono e na odi nsimfo bia beto jo ono so e kasafa eye fuel prices ya hu na o twemu se sisi asa dia fuel prices no to e kosrofa no ene enwunua we na danfuo we ne maami o we ne denden o bomodian so be pe 1.5 e de ama no ansa na che so be so obe me too baby a wetumi aba na sisi ade assistants no onye ready so be tuka e de akọ baby rough unhia na bomodian de ama no be 1.5 bi pe wetumi ma na ne de o ho kwan so ba bestra o baby a wo bia a che se fini nkekan bia eni ho na akakwa yese nia eye Joshua keche kan yi ase nia sa akode enso aka bi pa ye o twemu se sisi ano o amano ne na so tache down a ni meeting so ni bibia nyina no ade ono obeye ozum na fuel prices ya mu na chese ye GhanaWeb aboebo celebrities ahodo bia omonso omodo omanu aba betum omo hire mu se fuel ni de sisi ayi nkoye mfa mo omokra na ne odi kan sa akode na sa akode de atojo asisi ano owa amano ne nti so touch down pe ba Ghana ha no ma ono de onko bebe o hyedem nti unua unhia ne so ne be meeting bia zoom na chese se zoom pe zoom ni so de ne bomode na chese $10 bi e fama na chese on 19 fambra wo fie na the leader 14 and so sini twani prekope ono so ada we tuja na o twemu se ye amemu e de nkoyi o twema emre bi a e twemu na chese dollar former president mama abreso na chese dollar no chese 4 cedis na no kra no mo kan wa asem se ne board si se ye 8 cedis sa wo Ghana hanom o se ono she kan think for ne mum no Ghana for ye ble Sara so na ya kwa okese nso chire ma sani aye mpanimfo bi ade betu ye nim se Ghana for ye tisika so nti nkomo amu oba na tisika no mababa ma ya so we fi so na nkomo dis kana man na kwa okese anye ejuma enkoyi ekra Sara so na ya Joyce Linduma ono so chese sidi cheni ono so de atuja o chire mu se ye why din chese she can think for essence sister sanya fuel prices no esi akosho ne de ono de odwen wa he can't think far. Sarah so na D black and so that is ya de chroma she baby I she I say or dream one you can't think for no so cocotroto say in social media Twitter page. So Sarah so na ye nuaba Yvonne Nelson oba so no ya santo waga na hanom ono so kire ma ye full prices in the Kufado, as your Mawayiko, a bon homodin, a ye pan. And your name celebrities, you so, not just any in Como Hono, a berry ye. Madame was Sibebre in that the Lumber's voice. Midiana Mamia Kiache, and then some Mijne Mumma, Miaminiaba, Ama Bruni, that sende, Yabesansu Asia.
I am at Eden Gardens. And just so you know, this is not the biblical garden that was home to God's first creation of man and woman, Adam and Eve. But right here in Accra, we are presented with a close opportunity to what it felt like to be in such a garden. And that's been made possible by our guests on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado is the owner of Eden Gardens, and the interesting thing about her story is that this woman speaks to plants. You want to find out more? Come along with us.
My name is Alberta Ekusika Ado, but I like it when people call me Ekusika because I believe the Sika will one day manifest. It will see on my body. Yeah, so I was born on the 8th of March 1970 to late parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amwa Brown of blessed memory.
Her schooling years were filled with a lot of home training as well, because, as she says, you cannot run away from family business.
My mom was a caterer, so she really wanted me to help her in the family business, which I didn't want her to. But you know, you can never say no to your mom. So I had to do that. Before then, I really wanted to go to the nursing school, which I couldn't because she really wanted me to help her. So I went to Takoradi Polytechnic. After that, I worked with Panian Tobacco Company for some time. Had my own restaurant on the Agbegloshu Road in the premises of Ahmed Cold Store. That place belonged to Edward Akufo-Addo, the president's brother.
There was so much work at home most of the time, so much that even when she was at the boarding house in school, she needed to return home on weekends to help out.
When I was in Straightway Secondary School, because my mom is a caterer, a big one of course, every Friday after school, I need to take an exit to come home. When I'm in the boarding house, you will come home every Friday because Saturday you have to go and mount wedding cake. Then Sunday we are cooking for, say, from 200 people, either for lunch or for dinner. Before Sunday evening, I go back to Kaneshi to catch a bus back to school. So that was what was happening. It's not like, you know, sometimes in school over the weekend you have time with friends talking and all that. But for me, yes, we had that time too, so we can go for entertainment and all that. But certain times I need to take Ezia to go home. My mom would even talk to the headmaster that maybe such and such a day, Alberta will have to come home on a Friday, so if she could grant her an exit.
Growing up in a house full of plants, little Ekusika grew up learning many tricks about tending to plants. Her love for plants also naturally came along.
When I was around 7 years old, in my home in Dansoman, we have lots of plants. What we see here is just something small. And being the little girl among the boys, I was the one who would water the plants, prune, cut, do anything that you need to feed the plants with. And I grew up with it. So I remember one day telling my mom, when I grow, I would want my home to be just as I'm seeing our home in Dansoman.
By the time Alberta Ekusika Ado got married, she had already unconsciously set herself up for life.
When I met my husband, we were courting, and I remember telling my mom, when I get my first pay, I'm going to give her money, get somebody to get me flower pots, to mold flower pots for me, which I did about 60 pieces. I was then courting. I didn't even know whether this guy was going to marry me, or even if by the grace of God he got married to me, whether I was going to be in a compound house, a single room. But because I so much love plants, I did 60 pots. So that's by the way. By the grace of God, we got married. And madam, I had a big compound where I fixed all the 60 pots.
Strict as the word can be, Ekusika's mom made sure that no friend of her daughters visited them at home. But the uniqueness of the year 1983 in Ghana's history would change things a little for her.
When there was shortage of food in the country, we were queuing for flour, for maize, for corn, for virtually everything. But as a young girl, how old was I? Around 13 years. And my mother was so strict, we didn't have friends. In fact, nobody comes to the house. So my mom had closed from work. Around 4 p.m., this woman was coming home, and there were so many people in front of our house, lined up. What was happening? This young Ekusika, 13-year-old girl, I don't know what came into me, but I think from the very tender age, it's been me and the Holy Spirit. I got a little, mommy brought sorghum. Yeah, we had a little sorghum, we had flour. I combined both, made some rock bands and scones, baked about 100 or so pieces, and I decided to sell because there was no food anywhere. So I placed this in front of the gate, and people started coming. I was selling, they were buying, I was happy, all smiling. Kids will come, parents will come, fathers, they were just buying. So when my mom got to the gate, she was like, what is happening here? You could tell from her face, she was angry, what is happening? But when she saw what I was doing, she was so happy. And I don't even know whether she carried me, because she was like, hey, Ekusika, eba adwene no be witrim. Wana no ma odama adwene. Erade nhyiraw. De ama enkofo ediban ma weedi. Inya eyi wo babia. And I was so happy. I was so fulfilled because I was able to put food on the table.
Unlike a foretaste of what her future would look like, Ekusika grew up with a passion that birthed the idea of passion for mother and child.
The Lord inspired me to gather teenage mothers, the privileged, feed them, give them a vocation. And I'm like, na me sika he na me wa me ba be teenage mothers and all these things. But before then, I was doing that on my own. I could go to town and I see people, I feel the need to give them money or ask them, come home. I have order on such a day, come help me and you get food to eat. I was doing that until one day I was going to the laundry. I'd parked by the roadside, crossed, took the clothes to the laundry. On my way home, I was listening to 88.7. So I came back, sat in the car, started the car, and all I heard was, "You don't need any confirmation. I am your confirmation." I looked down, I was scared. So came out of the car, stood beside my car and was like, what is this? For how long will you stand out? I went back into the car and then came home.
It had to take more than a confirmation for her to know that this was indeed something God wanted her to do.
Another time, I was home watching Ben Hinn on telly. And a voice said, "Change the channel." Which I looked around, there was nobody. So I was now working under instruction. I changed the channel. It kept saying, change it. I kept changing till I got to Metro TV. It was around 11:30 or so a.m. And I heard Amanya Neba, a young girl of 19, being abused, blah, 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 with a child. And the voice says, "Go for her." I'm like, go for who? This is TV. How will I even do that? Says, go for her. Call and tell them you are interested in the story. I said, yes, boss. But then how do I get the number of Metro TV? I called my son. He got me the number of Metro TV. Immediately I called. I was connected to the newsroom. And I told them I was interested in the story. They took my number, and within a space of less than an hour or so, I saw myself on telly being interviewed. So we agreed in about 3 days' time, they would take me to where the lady is, somewhere in Aboso, around Kaneshi. So we went, and that was also a big news on Metro TV.
With the help of a number of other professionals, Ekusika got these young girls together and started training them in vocational skills.
There was this voice that told me, drive to Teshinungwa. So I went out. As I was on the Grader Estate, I took a left turn. Then I saw house for rent. I drove in there, spoke to the guys, and it was just a smooth deal. I took the place, started with a few girls I had, the one from Metro News, and a few people, and by word of mouth, people who came to hear, people who saw what happened on Metro TV, started bringing people. So I trained them in catering because I'm a caterer. I got people who were fashion designers and hairdressers. So we started at Teshi First Junction, opposite the Electoral Commission, for over 7 years. And after that, I went to Gempa to do some NGO courses, management courses, so I could manage the NGO well. It won't be like you are just doing it anyhow. You have to manage things properly. You have to do it and do it well. So I went to Gempa, did few courses. I've been there for three occasions. NGO management. I've forgotten the courses, but I did all that, which I have all the certificates there, so that it won't be like you've gathered girls and then giving them home training. No, not just home training. There has to be a book knowledge as well. You have to learn and learn well so that you know what you are doing. Learning advocacy and several of those things. Yes.
When COVID-19 hit in 2020, like many businesses, things with passion for mother and child also took a little dip, but it was also another great breakthrough for her.
On the 14th of March 2020, there was a lockdown. So we're not able to go to meet in our training center. I wasn't going anywhere. I was stuck at home. Then, like Steve Jobs once said in an interview or a speech given to one university, he said, you cannot connect things in the future, but you can connect things from your past. So I connected all these plans, all the works I've been doing since I was home. I was not going anywhere. I now got time for my plans.
Now, let's call her the woman who talks to plants. With every research she did into plants, unconsciously, she was building a business so much that she sometimes forgets to eat while doing it.
So I wake up early in the morning, do my house chores, then I come and sit in my garden. Clean, prune, just like I was doing when I was 7 years old. Then I will start talking to my plant. You are beautiful. I like the way you are. I like the colors. Oh, how can one plant have 3 colors? So I was just admiring nature. And the Lord started talking to me. This is an oxygen plant. It can do this for you. It can do that. So I got so much interested in it, and all my time was always in the garden. So I'll take the picture, post on my status, some on my Facebook, do a research, talk about this. Maybe this is called Sansevieria, another name, mother-in-law's tongue. Then I'll just go find out why mother-in-law's tongue. And one says, I beg you, anyone listening to me, they said, the mother-in-laws, their mouths are sharp, their tongues are sharp. So that is then I'm like, wow, this is funny. So I'll just get the name, the fan. This is Zizi, this is Red Beauty. You see, I started learning the names so I could post them on my status. People got interested. Then they'll ask, can I get something for my hall? Can I get something for my bedroom? Which one do you think is okay for the bathroom for this? And we kept going. It got interesting. So every day you see me here working at nurseries looking for new plants, and I was so fulfilled. That was my passion. That was my heart, because I can come here in the morning, say 8 o'clock. I will be here till 6 p.m. My husband will have visitors and they are like, do you sell them? I said, yes. Can I have this one? I sell them. So I started going to the Volta region, buying pots and working with them. So,
but there was more that her plants garden was given that she never knew herself until this woman walked in one day.
I went outside the gate to just admire the pots I've arranged outside. And this woman was coming. She was like, oh, madam, do you know the one selling this pot? I was like, it's me. Just, oh, okay. I've been passing here every day. I want to stop, but because on the roadside, I'm scared of the trucks that are passing. And I'm like, you can come and park in my house. And he said, no, I've parked behind your house. So I walked her in, because I have lots of pots in the house too. So she just looked through what we have in there and we came in. Immediately she entered, she was so happy and was like, wow, you have a beautiful home. Can I sit? I said yes. She sat and I took her through the plants. What is this? What is that? She was so happy. And she was like, who are you? What do you do? I'm like, ma'am, please, I don't understand. How do you mean? She said, when I was coming, I wasn't feeling well. I had this terrible headache. And as I started, I even wanted to ask if you could give me a paracetamol. But just as you spoke with me, the way you are so passionate about the plants and talking about them, I felt something just leave me. That's why I asked, who are you? I'm like, I'm a praying woman and I believe in what I do. So I prayed with this woman. She was so happy, started jumping. I'm healed, I'm healed. I'm like, God, I thank you. She took my number that she will call immediately she gets home. And that was the end of that woman. I didn't hear from her. There was no call, and I've never seen her to date. Could that be an angel who came to tell me what you are doing is good, so continue on doing it?
Another woman also shared her experience about how these plants did more than beautify her home.
This lady, she's also a journalist. I don't want to mention her name. She called me one day and was like, Mommy, I took my little boy to the hospital and this doctor, an Indian, said, you need to put a plant in your son's bedroom by the side so he could inhale this oxygen. It's going to improve his health. Immediately, she remembered me and called me in front of the doctor. So truly, I made the beautiful pot of Sansevieria, another name for snake plant. It has nothing to do with snake. It's just the design. I have one over there. It's just the design in it, right? That is what looks like a snake, but it has nothing to do with snake. Because the little boy was just around 4 or 5 years, I put decorative pieces around it. And to the glory of God, the mother came back to give a testimony to the extent that it went to bridge their marriage. It went to put their marriage together. And I was happy.
And then it was her husband and how he got healed from the effects of these same plants.
I'm so happy here. I'm so happy. And was it 2 years ago or so, COVID, my husband was attacked by this same COVID, which landed him in ICU. It was such a terrible moment. People around him were dying. I lost my cousin, late Ejakon's wife, Auntie Nana. I'll say it's my cousin or my auntie. We lost Sister Nana. But by the grace of God, and I believe by what I do, because I know taking care of orphans, the needy, is the heartbeat of Christ. So if you are able to do such, God gives you long life, and always sitting in nature, admiring and inhaling it. When my husband got back home from ICU, every morning, 5 a.m., he will come and sit in the garden, taking his tea, reading his book, having his meetings, all in the garden. And he so much enjoyed it. The breeze, the air that will just be going up and down all around him, just brought the healing speedily. He really enjoyed it, I must say. It was what brought about his healing. And I'm happy. Because I get most people, Mommy, can I come around? I feel terrible. I have this issue in my marriage. Can I come around? I want us to sit in the garden and then we talk about it. I'm like, yes, come, because I love to do that. And Charlie, the feedback I get is so fulfilling. So that is what has brought us here today.
Like everything in life, her work with these young ladies has had its own share of challenges.
Then somebody will ask, so have you forgotten about the teenage mothers? No, I had not forgotten about them. We always met on, we had a platform where we chat, we do our devotions and everything on platform. Sometimes I invite them to come over, we had a chat, but one of my facilitators had a place, so all the girls are there. I visit them, we talk, we continue with the school, we continue with all the advisors. So far it's been good. In Passion for Mother and Child, when the girls come, there's no any follow-up. No parent of theirs come to say, hey, Mame, we are in Teshi, so they usually speak Ofane, Imbile Bakemiake, O Chonle ni no hame, ni, oh you are done. We don't hear things like that. No. I've never. But when you share the food and they take home, then they will call, Ofane, you are done. I said, Asida yenya media, because my gun is not very good. So you see, the same way we connected the dot from the past. What I did, that is what now I'm feeding people.
And why does she talk to her plants? Ekusika tells us the story.
So I continue on talking to the plants. I would come, talk to you, admire, and most especially when I work for any client, and the person is going, or we are supposed to pack the things in the car, I go close to the plant and I talk to them. I tell them, as you are going, let there be peace in that home. If there's any marital issue, go and solve that issue. Because you are living, and in the Garden of Eden was a peaceful place, go and do same. And the report I get from the client was so amazing, and it kept me going. It kept me going.
Why the name Eden Garden?
I decided to name it Eden because it was fulfilling. I had so much fulfillment here, the passion, the joy. People will come and they give testimony.
Ekusika tells us about some of the names of these plants and their significance.
This is the snake plant with the botanical name Sansevieria. Right? So these ones, it's good for your bathroom, it's good for your living room. It can go anywhere. It serves all purpose. Have all these. These are all fern. This is monstera. If you have this in your home, why wouldn't you love nature? Why wouldn't your love for God increase? He's a wonderful God. See the wonders of his hands. See, holes in plants. It's so amazing. This is another kind of phobia. It's another kind of phobia. That is aloe vera. It has several uses for the hair, for face, for bangs, for smoothing your face. You won't go wrong with aloe vera. Yeah. That's ready to be delivered. I need help, please. So this is the final work. This is our final work. What a thing of beauty. Isn't it beautiful? So that is our red beauty. Living Eden Gardens to its final place. And like I always do, as they are leaving my hands and my home, I say a word of prayer. As you live here, may the Lord go with you. May you bring peace in your new home. May you bring beauty and love, just as you are so colorful, so nice and natural. Every marriage in that home, let it be so. Go and glow as the leaves are glowing. Let there be peace. Let there be joy. Let there be abundance of everything. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. And that's how we bring a wrap to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado. Thank you once again for joining us. As always, remember, there's news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
Again, Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing. Don't forget to subscribe while here, like and share with your friends. I'm a Ghanaian content creator and I spent 8 days in Cote d'Ivoire and I created a lot of amazing vlog while here. If you missed it, don't forget to go back, check them out, watch and let me know what you think about all my videos created in Cote d'Ivoire. Today's vlog is going to be my last video here in Cote d'Ivoire and I'm super excited you all are coming along. Let me know in the comment section if you want to know how much we spent on the entire trip here for 8 days. Let me know in the comment section and I'll gladly put together that for you in my next video. But until then, I hope you enjoy my last few hours in Cote d'Ivoire. Let's go right into the video. So this is going to be my last night here in Abidjan. And Jonathan, say hi.
I don't think so because
we are not in mango. And Celia, say hi. Celia, listen to me. Say hi.
Hello.
Celia is the wife of Mr. Jonathan,
our baby boy.
And our baby girl. His wife. And it's going to be our last night here. We're about to have dinner with them.
The family.
And yeah, with Millie. Before we all too soon, this is going to end our trip here in Cote d'Ivoire. I hope you enjoyed watching these videos, all my videos from Cote d'Ivoire. So I chose baobab. I didn't know it was going to come this color. I was expecting it to be a little more orange.
No, baobab is like this.
Yeah. The last baobab I tasted looks orange.
Where? This is the color.
In Ghana. So I'm going to taste it.
With sobolo.
Yeah. Or maybe with orange juice or something. Yeah. So since I'm here with Celia and the husband, I have some few questions for them. So how does people in Cote d'Ivoire embrace foreigners? Maybe people who want to set up businesses here in Cote d'Ivoire.
You know, Ivory Coast is a country that very loves foreigners. So I even invite you to come and open your business because the people are free. They even want to discover other foreigners' tradition and food and drink. So the place is open for every foreigners. It's open to come.
It's open.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's not restricted
for you.
Oh, okay.
And they even encourage you to come and open your business because they want to discover.
Other nationalities.
Oh,
okay. So if you don't know Jonathan, if you have been watching my YouTube videos since I came to Cote d'Ivoire, you realize I mentioned that Jonathan and I went to school with his beautiful wife. They met while we were in school. Hi Celia. Yeah. And so so how has life been since you moved from Ghana, since you schooled and you moved here in Cote d'Ivoire? How has life been here, comparing it to Ghana?
Comparing to Ghana? No, here is much expensive than Ghana. From house, accommodation.
Accommodation is cheaper.
No,
it's more expensive here.
Yeah, expensive than Ghana. but the work is going with how do you call it? Salaries.
Salary is better.
Yeah, it's better.
Oh, okay. So then if the salary is better, okay. Then if the salary is better, then I think it's matched up. Yes. Because it's more expensive. That's why you pay more on accommodation. Oh. But apart from that, I think so far from my experience, I think that luxury here is expensive, just like in Ghana. If you want like luxury, luxury is expensive. Yeah. But if you want like local, you can enjoy.
If you have minimum, you can live. Like Ghana.
Oh, okay.
With minimum, you can live.
Hi Celia. So how has life been being a mom here in Cote d'Ivoire?
From my position, it's stressful.
Stressful
because of my job, you know.
Yeah.
I have to work from Monday to Saturday.
Wow.
Easy. And
Oh, my superwoman.
I want money.
She's a superwoman.
I want money for the superwoman title. I want the money coming with it. But it's also nice. It's nice. Children are nice.
They are blessing.
Yeah. So it's nice to be a mom here. We have so much place for you to go and spend time with your kids.
The kids, okay.
It's sometimes it is free. It's free. Well, let's come and pass that.
No.
Okay. I will show it to you, but you won't go with us. So it's good.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences.
So the parks are free. So
water parks and also natural
parks.
Oh, nice.
All are free. So even if you don't have money, you can enjoy with your kids anywhere.
That's very good. I think Ghanaians need to also cultivate that because we have less parks for kids. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this little chit chat with my friends here in Cote d'Ivoire. They really made our stay a good one. When we were suffering in terms of the language, we always call him like Jonathan.
You
like,
worry Jonathan.
We worry.
Oh, if not for Jonathan, we don't know. We don't know what we'll do here.
We've worried him, like we kept calling him because of the language. So I think speaking what's it called, French here, it's a plus. Like if you speak French, you are good to go. This is our meal. This is yummy. We have some tilapia and then Cote d'Ivoire soup. What is it called?
La marmite du pêcheur.
What?
La marmite du pêcheur.
All right. So this is our last meal in Cote d'Ivoire. So here we eat together. This tilapia is so big. You all are invited. Yes. Since I came, Cote d'Ivoire food is so delicious. Like this seafood.
Stella, have you tried that chicken?
Yeah, it tastes different. Bonjour. It's my last day here in Cote d'Ivoire, and this is our Airbnb. In fact, this was our Airbnb in Abidjan. We are currently going to the market to do some shopping. Our flight is later on today in the afternoon, but we need to do some shopping, buy something for our loved ones, our family and all. So we are going to the market. They said there's a market around which is called Prima, yeah. So we are going to pick a loading taxi right here in front of our Airbnb and head towards the place. It's not too far, so we don't have to use Yango. So yeah, that's exactly how it's going. Are you sure? So yeah, we are here waiting till we get a taxi. Their taxis are orange in color. So yeah. Because we are holding this video, we definitely know we are foreigners. So we are currently here at the market. It's the grand market at Makori. So we are going to see if we can get something to buy before we leave. So far, this is what I see. It's a weekday, so it's not very busy. shop.
Come here.
We have some.
Oh, juice meal, no. No.
Eh?
Not juice meal. No.
Yeah.
No.
How much did he say it is? Goose what?
12,000.
Goose meal, which is like 12,000. And then we got this. Very traditional. Combien? Eh? 6,000. 6,000. So this is like 6,000 safer. And yeah. So we are trying to get some shit and then see if we can get something for ourselves. I like this. I really like this dress. Like, it's a long dress, so pretty. This one too. But red looks like a funeral dress, so I'll take maybe brown. So we need to ask him. And something in French, so we quickly do the translation. Yeah.
Ampli gros.
Yeah. A bigger size. This is low. So we've seen some waist beads. Are you a waist beads person? Let me know in the comment section. Your favorite waist bead this year. So it gets Combien? So we're getting some long dress. This is 6,000. How much did you say?
3,000. So the two is 6,000.
Oh, one is 3,000. Okay, so we are getting this. I'm getting that for my mom. I'm sure she'll like it like this. It's like a free dress, like tie and dye. Yeah. She's talking too much. She remembers Sydney. Sydney is the one who made us exercise. Yeah, you can't have a private life with us. Thank you so much. So we are leaving. We're leaving. Merci. Sydney, you're a sweetheart. Come again?
We did. I hope you enjoyed your stay in Abidjan.
Yes, we did. We are sad we are leaving, but we have to go.
We want to go.
We are tired. We miss Ghana. Come again?
You guys should come back some other time.
Yes, we are about to eat at this restaurant, which is very close to town. So this is how it looks. Our lunch just came. You are having steak.
Yeah,
oh, thank you so much. Yes. Yours looks so good. Bag is beautiful.
Women. 8,000.
8,000.
It's nice.
Family. So guys, let me just tell you what just happened. We were so close to missing our flight. We got there like 15 minutes before checkout, and they were like, they're not going to let us in. And thank God we already checked in online like 30 minutes ago before coming, because we knew we were running late, even though we were not late. We got there and these people were like, no, checkout has already ended. We kept, come and see me begging. I begged them. Millie was like, hey Stella, you can beg, go. It was so funny, but yeah, we were able to finally let us check in, and we are finally waiting for our flight at the gate. So yeah, we're waiting for our flight, then we head back to Accra. Just when I woke up today, I started feeling sick. I don't know, I'm feeling a little I don't know what's wrong with me, but I feel a little tired and sick, but then I know I'll be fine. As soon as I sleep for 2 days straight, I'll be fine. I know my remedy. How do you feel? I
want to go home.
So yeah, this is how their airport looks like from here. And since our President Akufo-Addo has made changes to the COVID requirements, we didn't have to do any COVID test yesterday, so we were able to save our $50 by not doing COVID test because we are fully vaccinated. I left my card at home, but I had a scanned copy in my email, and they just scanned it and then boom. So yeah. When you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to do COVID tests. I'm super excited. And when we get back to Ghana, hopefully we will not do COVID tests. I'll keep you updated. So we're waiting for our flight. We have about 35 to 40 minutes more. So I'll catch you when we touch down in Accra. It's currently 4:43 and we just landed in Accra, my home country. So guys, we are finally here waiting for our luggage. This was the smoothest flight ever, and the fact that we came and we didn't have to do COVID test, has saved me like $50 here, and I'm super excited. This is good. I mean, now traveling will be made easy. Hey, my brother came to take us. Hi, Tony.
Hi, babes. What's up? How was Cote d'Ivoire?
It was good. It was great. All the videos.
Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely.
So we're finally home. Woo! This brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching all my videos from Cote d'Ivoire. Until next time we are back to reality, back to work. I'm going to rest enough and continue with the Ghana videos. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience from Cote d'Ivoire. I love you all as always. We are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. While here, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. So my friend and I decided to celebrate her birthday in Cote d'Ivoire, so we plan to stay for 8 days. In this vlog is a summary of all our experiences from cost to the entire stay in Cote d'Ivoire. I hope you enjoy watching this video with us. Let's go right into the video. So let's start with the flights. The flight cost us $410, which we bought about 3 weeks before the travel day. So the weather is clear, and yeah, this is him. We have company. I mean, it's good to have mates. Oh, Jonathan! Hello. Good to see you. Thank you so much for picking us. Our friend from uni called Jonathan, who lives in Cote d'Ivoire, picked us up from the airport. Tell us everything about Abidjan. Everything we should know.
Everything. There is a lot of things to say about Abidjan, but the most beautiful things here is like we're free. There is a lot of space to enjoy. Food, the venue.
Ooh, I can't wait to try the food.
Everything that you can imagine.
Yep. So we had drinks together and ended up at a place called Blue Coast, where we had some good acheket and tilapia with fried plantain called aloko here. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Cheers to the good life.
Okay, so yeah, this is very close to like Star Beer in Ghana, and it's good. It's not so sour, it's sweet and sour at the same time. This is good. So Celia and the family are serving us with this delicious meal. Charlie, if people will blow too. This is how they'll be overfeeding us here in Abidjan. Yes, so. The second day, we woke up very early to hike the forest in the middle of the city. Say hi. Hi, Sydney.
Hi, guys.
So, Sydney, where have you brought me to?
This is Parc National du Banco, Abidjan.
Okay.
We just about starting our hike.
We are going hiking today.
We're gonna do 20 kilometers of hike. Someone is gonna have their next
I'm super excited. Guys, I'm so happy I met someone here who lives here and he brought us to this place. He picked us from our Airbnb and I'm super excited. I mean, I'm going hiking here and at least you get to feel something different here in Abidjan. The weather is a little calm, it's a little cloudy. I pray it doesn't rain. I'm super excited. You all are coming along. You're coming along. What happened? What happened? What did he say? Thank you. So I didn't come with hiking shoes, so he got me some running shoes. Oh, Sydney, thank you so much. That's so cute of you. So yeah, we're about to go and you guys are coming along. This forest is called the Parc National du Blanco. We hiked together with Sydney and his friends. We had an amazing time. The only thing is we hiked for about 11 kilometers, which was really stressful for a trip like this, but it was worth it. Whoa, they are so huge. You can show them.
Okay, another one. Wow. On 3. Are you ready? Yes. Ready?
No wonder they are big. They get
ready
bread every time.
1, 2, 3.
This guy tried to kill me today. Hey, how many kilometers have we done? Check.
Guys, about 11 kilometers.
More than what?
We've done about 11 kilometers.
11 kilometers, guys. If you know what 11 kilometers is, you understand the pain I've gone through. This guy tried to kill us, but then we didn't die. We ended with a beautiful view of seeing this big catfish. I have never seen this catfish this big. The ones we eat in Accra are usually very small, so it's beautiful. Sydney, even though you tried to kill me, thanks for bringing us here.
Welcome.
Yeah. We ended up having a chicken and fish just like we had yesterday, and it was so good. We paid for the drinks, which cost us about 4,000 CFA.
Compare this to the one you had the last time.
And picked an Uber home, which cost us about 400 CFA. this is how our Airbnb looks like. It cost us $65 per night to stay here. Our host was amazing. He bought us pizza and drinks. He really had a conversation with us and made us feel at home. This is the entrance, and our Airbnb host is Moroccan. He's from Morocco. So when you come, you take off your shoes. That explains why the shoes are outside here. And this is how it looks like from here. I really, really like the space. This is how it looks like. That's a small balcony overlooking Côte d'Ivoire. I like the fact that everywhere you pass in Abidjan has water, as you can see from the top here. That's how it looks like. And yeah, I've really enjoyed my time here. This is how the hall looks like from the small balcony. Yeah, let's go to the kitchen. So when we came, he said we could take anything we want, and I think that's so sweet of him. He got us pizza yesterday. This is how it looks, and he literally has everything. So he also mentioned that whenever we needed to wash our clothes, there's a laundry person here. So yeah, here has been so comfortable. Like the fridge is even stocked like with stuff. The only thing we bought was oranges yesterday, which we haven't. I don't know what we are going to do with it. The space looks like I've really had a good time here. And yesterday we were here chatting with the Airbnb host. He was so sweet. Like, I really, really like him. Anytime you come to Abidjan and you want to spend some time here, I will gladly recommend this place. Look at my bag. I've packed. What do you think about this place?
You tell me now, today is my birthday. Anyway.
By the time they watch it, it's past.
Okay. This place is very nice. We highly recommend 5 stars. Yeah. The host is very sweet and the space is nice. It's in a quiet neighborhood. No noise, no
It's
bars
very easy to locate. With Yango. Since I came, we've been using Yango because Yango is like very common. The next day, which is day 3, we woke up to pick a bus to Yamoussoukro, where we wanted to see the biggest church in the world. So we picked the Uber from our Airbnb, which cost us about 700 CFA to Yamoussoukro. We got to Yamoussoukro and paid about 4,000 CFA each for the bus to Yamoussoukro, but we had to wait for about an hour before getting the bus to Yamoussoukro. On arrival at Yamoussoukro, we picked a loading taxi, which cost us about 500 CFA. The name of this biggest church in the world is called the Basilica of Our Lady of Peace of Yamoussoukro. Before the tour, we paid about 2,000 CFA each. Locals pay 1,000 CFA each. Before the trip back to Abidjan, we tried some local meal in Yamoussoukro. We tried their local sandwich and their hard bread, which was really delicious and different from the ones we have in Ghana, which everything should cost us around 700 CFA. So later that evening, our friend invited us for dinner, so we didn't have to pay for dinner. We had an amazing time here. My friend's birthday, and we decided to spend the night in Assini, which is a popular destination in Côte d'Ivoire. So we are currently in an Uber going to Assini, which is very, very expensive. This is how much it costs. And usually they said that if you go to Assini, you won't get anybody coming back, so we have to pay double the price. So Jonathan, our friend, spoke to him in French. We just called him, and then we've negotiated to add extra 10,000 to his fare, making 32,000. So yeah, that's the situation now. We are going to Asini and I'm super excited because today is this beautiful one's birthday and obviously we need comfort. Going by bus is a little tedious because we have to pass through 3 towns before we get to Asini, according to my friend. And so that's how come we are paying this much to go to Asini. But the Uber is very comfortable, so I'll share with you how the journey goes. So we had an invitation to Akula, which does this brunch on Sunday. So we were invited, so we went there, so we didn't have to pay for anything. The experience here was really amazing. Really had a good time. Good food, good people, great experience. I would highly recommend you come to Akula whenever you're around on Sundays. So we ended up at our hotel, which is called the Kasana Village. Picked a taxi to the Kasana Village. So guys, we came to this village at Asini, and everybody here speaks Tree, just like in Ghana. Bra. Baba Kabibi. Oh, brala. Oh, ferry. Oh, bra. Oh, bra. Bra. Brother, can you be same?
When you say anything, I want my work to Obi the boat to one share. Castle or two, we saw the smell on this.
So everybody speaks Tree here, and they said some part of their tribe is from Ghana. Into our village, how your friend has saying? Muamin. Aha, I'm winning now, like Ghana for them.
Ghana for in French for. I have a friend of Budnabe.
Into Mocha French.
Oh, French.
Oh, okay. Wow, this is interesting. Like, these are the things that you get to see when you travel, and I'm super excited that at least people are like understand my language, because since we came here we've been having difficulty communicating, and it feels good. Like, all of them look Ghanaian, they speak French, they speak Intimoka Ibeso. Okay. So I was asking them if they speak Ewe too, but they said no, they speak Anguna and Tree and French. Yeah, this is really interesting.
I feel like nobody.
Yeah. So wow, this is interesting. We ended up at the Kasana village, which cost us 60,000 CFA, which is close to about $100 a night. We had a good time. I hope you. If you missed that video, go back, watch the full video on my channel, come back and share your thoughts on that video. We really had a good time. Today we wanted to explore Grand Bassam because everybody talked about Grand Bassam. So we wanted to explore Grand Bassam before going back to Abidjan. So we moved to Grand Bassam the next day and we decided to find a place to stay. And we were fortunate while leaving the Kasana village, which is in Asini. The hotel staff were actually going to Grand Bassam, so we didn't have to pay for transportation. We had a lift in their pickup from Kasana village to Grand Bassam. So we are currently on our way to the bus station, and the hotel pickup is taking us there. So we are so fortunate. This is how it looks from here. So we are like in the village of Asini. We are going to the bus station to pick a vehicle to Bassam. So let's go, guys. So we are currently at Bassam, and yeah, so he dropped us here. We're about to pack our stuff and get a taxi. We are very spontaneous. Can you imagine that we are here, we don't even know where to stay? Since we have internet, we are going to book an Airbnb or find a cheap accommodation, because we don't intend spending a lot of money. Where we slept earlier on, we spent a lot of money. Like, we spent close to $100 on accommodation. So we want to get somewhere to stay, and yeah, let's see how it goes. Really, this is our small bag. We left our big bag in Messi. Say something.
Oh, Messi.
Yeah. So he doesn't speak English. We've gotten a taxi here. He just stopped the taxi for us, and we are going to figure ourselves out. So of course you guys are coming along, so let's go. While on our way, I had a minor injury. We stopped to get some medication. The medication cost me about 12,000 safer. So while searching for a place to stay in Grand Bassam, it was so difficult to get a place. So we came to Elot du Sud. The first hotel we went to was full. Then we came to this place, and then their leased room cost about 50,000, which is close to $92, and it was way beyond our budget because we just want a place to spend the night. So we have a booking on Airbnb, but then he has given us another option, which is called Akayam K. So we are about to go to that hotel, which costs about 20,000 safer. So we are going there. We are waiting for the taxi driver. We took his number. So one thing we usually used to do is to take taxis, like phone numbers of taxis, so that whenever we are having difficulty like this, we can always call him. So we are waiting for him. He said he's coming, then we can go. Yeah. So our taxi rounds cost us about 12,000 safer. So this is the apartment we finally ended up. It's quite okay to spend the night. Most of the hotels we were going say they don't do two sexes, 2 girls in one room. They don't accept 2 males in one room. So we spoke to the driver who brought us for other options, and we also booked an Airbnb, but he showed us this place, so we didn't book the Airbnb again. So we opted for this place. So are you okay, Millie? Tired, I want to sleep. We are both tired. We'll just go get some street food and sleep. So this is where we slept last night, and we are leaving. We booked a Yango. It's a 4x4. How amazing. So this is us.
Okay. Close the door.
Bye bye, merci. So we are going. Can I sit in front this time around? Yeah. This is our Yango. Hello, good morning. How are you? Our Yango driver speaks English. This is nice. The next morning, we picked an Uber, which cost us about 600 safer to explore Grand Bassam. The whole toll and transportation was about 8,000 safer for both of us, and we ended up having a bougie lunch at Coco Grill, which cost us 30,000 safer on meal. So I think it's expensive, but for the experience, I think it's worth it. The aesthetics of the place is nice, the ambience, the music, the whole experience with the cocktail in the watermelon, the whole watermelon and the whole pineapple was really an amazing. I shared my experience on YouTube. It's still up on my channel. If you missed it, please go back, check it, and let me know what you think about the place. Is it overly priced? Is it too expensive? Let me know in the comment section. So this is how much we spent at the Cocoa Grill. This is quite expensive, 27,500. So after the whole experience at Grand Bassam, we picked an Uber back to Abidjan, which cost us about 8,000 CFA. While we arrived in Abidjan, we went back to the same Airbnb we spent the night there. We decided to spend the final night here in Abidjan, which cost us about $65 for that night. We are back to our Airbnb. We're back to the same place we started from in Abidjan, which is another room. So we are going to BBR. I don't know if you guys remember this place. When I came, this was the first place Jonathan brought us, and we're about to take the boat from here to So this is going to be my last night here in Abidjan. And Jonathan, say hi.
I don't think so because we are not in mangoes.
And Celia, say hi. Celia, listen to me. Say hi.
Hello.
Celia is the wife of Mr. Jonathan,
our baby boy,
and our baby girl. Look at his wife. And it's going to be our last night here. We're about to have dinner with them, the family, and with Millie. Before we all too soon, this is going to end our trip here in Cote d'Ivoire. I hope you enjoyed watching these videos, all my videos from Cote d'Ivoire. So here we eat together. This tilapia is so big. You all are invited. Yes. To be honest, since I came, Cote d'Ivoire food is so delicious. Like this seafood.
Have you tried that chicken?
It tastes different. The next day was travel day, so we decided to do some little shopping in the market. We ended up buying some few clothes and some few items for our loved ones in the market. So this is how we went. So in all, we ended up heading back to Accra, which was on the 8th day. So we spent a total of 7 nights, 8 days in all, and we spent about $850 each on the entire trip. Let me know if this amount was really worth it for the whole experience. Let me know in the comment section. Let me know what you think. Would you say we spent too much on this trip, or would you say we spent less, or would you say it was equally okay? There are petty things that I might have left out because I didn't account for it, but they are like transportation, water, food, tips here and there. But then I think in all, we really had an amazing time. Cote d'Ivoire is beautiful. I encourage anyone who wants to see Africa for the first time, come to Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire is beautiful. It was my first experience, and I would definitely go back again to experience this place again. I had an amazing time with my friend Millie. Millie has been my childhood friend. My childhood friend from uni. Yay! we've been friends for over a decade, which is over 10 years. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. I hope if you missed any video on my YouTube channel, please head back, check it out, and let me know what you think. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all and thank you so much for the love and support. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say Meda se. I love you. Bye. So guys, we are finally here waiting for our luggage. This was the smoothest flight ever, and the fact that we came and we didn't have to do COVID test, has saved me like $50 here, and I'm super excited. This is good. I mean, now traveling will be made easy. Yeah.
It's yet another Friday, and I've come your way once again with another edition of Bistek on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Now, for those of you who want to learn local dialects on the internet, there is a good news for you. An app has been created by Dr. Paul Azunri, who is the founder of Natural Language Processing Ghana. And on today's edition of Bistek, he shows us how to make use of the app. My colleague Mauli Aholumega has more.
For those looking to learn a local dialect or understand the language of other cultures, a team has created a unique innovation that will help you achieve this goal all through an app. On this week's edition of Bistek, I'll be speaking with the founder of this innovation, the Kaya app, to learn more. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. My name is Mauli Aholumega. Welcome back from that break on Bistek. My guest is Paul Azunri, and he's the founder for the Ghana Natural Learning Processing. Yes, Paul is my guest on this week's edition. Paul, welcome to Bistek.
Thank you
Good to have you. How are you?
Pretty good.
Great. Many thanks for your time. Yeah, so just briefly tell us who Paul Azunri is and your role in the Ghana Natural Learning Processing.
Okay. I like to think of myself as a computer scientist and an applied mathematician.
Wow.
So I look for ways to use these ideas to actually improve human life. And in the context of Ghana Natural Language Processing, it's a way of enabling technology to understand our local languages, which currently doesn't exist until we started working on this.
Okay. Yeah, Paul, so I want to find out from you, what's your educational background like, and for you to move from there? Has there been any correlation to your educational background and the app that you created?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I've learned a lot in my schooling that has taught me a lot about what I'm doing now. So I went to Apokowari School in Kumasi.
Okay.
Actually, in 2002, we did the National Science and Math Quiz and we won. So that was like an experience that taught me I could do wonderful things if I put my mind to it.
Yeah.
After that, I went to Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, and then for my first degree, and then ended up at MIT for my PhD.
Wow. Yeah. You're very, very well educated.
Some would say too much.
Yeah. I don't think learning has an end. So
It's a lifetime process.
Yeah, great. Yeah. I'm sure before you developed this app that we're going to talk about shortly, which is the Kaya app, right? Did you have to do some survey to sort of understand, has there been a deficit in the language barrier for people?
Yeah, well, in this case, it was very easy to do that survey. All you had to do was open Google Translate and look for tree or Ga or airware or any of those things. We started doing this about 2 years ago, and you couldn't see any of these languages represented, right? And even for the languages that were represented, like Yoruba, Swahili, which are very big African languages, we often hear from native speakers that it's not good enough. And I think part of the problem with that is because the people working on it so far have not really been Africans. So it's kind of been solved from a distance away.
Okay, yeah. So what actually went into the whole, developing process? Because I know it has to take a lot of teamwork and, research and all that.
Yeah, I mean, Ghana Natural Language Processing is a group which has more than 100 members. And we started with volunteer efforts. So they would spend time to help us create data and write software and so on, and test various software frameworks to see whether the stuff was good enough for it. So yes, it takes a lot of effort. It takes a team. It's definitely not just me alone working on this. It's a big team of linguists. So I'm a computer scientist.
Yeah.
This is a language problem.
Okay.
So you really need linguists.
You have to find somebody who's specific in that area.
People know each language very well.
Okay. Yeah, so I want to come to the artificial intelligence bit. Did you, and machine learning, as an engineer yourself, did you have to, was this, like when you were infusing, the languages in there, did you go through any challenges?
Oh, absolutely. The biggest challenge is the lack of data. So for languages like Chinese, for instance, you have so many news in Chinese and so on. For Twi, Ewe, and the other languages, that isn't the case. So that's really the biggest issue, because the algorithms that we use nowadays typically are very data hungry. It isn't an issue for most big languages because there's so much data. The internet is here, right? Our phones. But for our languages, we didn't even have keyboards for a while. So we were not even writing it correctly on the internet. So you couldn't really learn from the data that was available. And the data that was available is actually religious. So like translation of the Bible and that sort of thing. And that brings its own challenges because the model you build on that is going to be biased, and you have to really control for that, otherwise your system won't be very good.
But many people will ask, Google is already there. Why would you want to, Google has its own translator, why would you want to create one? I know obviously you're Ghanaian as well, so you'd want to have the Ghanaian representation and people learning other cultures and all of that. But was it in a way to compete with Google?
I mean, as you pointed out, you can't really compete with Google.
Exactly.
But I feel like there's space for multiple companies here. So definitely when we started, Google didn't have any of this. So we were the first the first group in the world. Our app is the first app in the world that had Twi, Ewe. We didn't know when Google was going to get to it. They just got to it right now.
Wow.
And even when they got to it, we compared it, and our stuff was better, right? So making sure that we Ghanaians take control of the problem, that we drive where it goes to, ensures that at any given point in time, our solution is world-class and we are not waiting for someone else,
Very, very great points, and I've been having a very interesting conversation. Now I want to zoom into the app in itself. What's the one key feature for you on the app?
Well, very key aspect is the speech recognition, which means you can speak to the app and it will transcribe what you're saying into text in your local language.
Okay.
This is, to date, our app is the only app in the world that provides that. So that's why I'm highlighting it. But there are a lot of new features that we are going to add that will be very important.
Okay.
So obviously, allowing the thing to understand your speech enables, say, disabled people, people who can't see, interact with technology. Then there's going to be speech to text, text to speech, where now the robot generates the speech for you. So if you don't have voice, you can communicate. So you can imagine somebody who has not been able to communicate for decades now is given this tool that enables them to do that. That I think is what really changes lives.
Yeah. I've been having a very interesting conversation with you, so I'll just take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Yeah, there you have it. I've been speaking with Paul Azuri, and he's the founder for the Ghana Natural Learning Processing, which is an open source based platform which is helping people to learn different languages, specifically Ghanaian local dialect. I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome off on that break. I've been speaking with Paul Azuri, and he's the founder for the Ghana Natural Language Processing, which is an innovation that has been created to help people understand their local dialect. Paul, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. Still on the app, I want to find out what's the target market for this app? Is it for schools? Is it for adults? Is it for people in the diaspora? Because, you know, we've had the year of return, a lot of people having to come back home to their roots, having to learn different cultures and all that.
That definitely is a big part of it. So all the ones you mentioned are part of the target market.
Okay.
So first of all, we think introducing an app like this ensures that we Ghanaians have a way to learn our language and use it correctly, which is very important. So people in school can just, they can look up a word, maybe an English word they don't understand, get the tree translation and say, oh, so that's what that English word means, and vice versa, right? So definitely the schools, definitely the diaspora, that one, you target it because usually they have more money to spend, so they'll pay and they're very appreciative of it. So we definitely target them. A big part of what we're trying to do is to make this app support itself, because the big component of it is funding. And you know, in other countries, the governments dedicate a portion of GDP to research and stuff. We don't have that here. So we have to find a way to pay for it itself, right, organically. And so in that, we are targeting companies, so startups or other businesses in Ghana who may need the solution. So, for instance, a lot of people have WhatsApp messages in a local dialect. Maybe they're getting a lot of them. There's no way to process it right now. Our app, we are going to provide an API. So the app is like the front end the user can use.
Okay.
But we also provide an API where, it pays very little money to support the research. And then it processes the data for you, it converts it to text. You can do your machine learning, analysis, regression, whatever you want on that.
Wow.
And automate that. And to make it, it's going to enable a lot of things that were not possible before.
So. And this is all done in your preferred language?
Yes.
Wow.
So you pick. Right now we have 5 languages in there. We plan to cover the entire map of Ghana.
Wow.
So
all the dialects in Ghana.
All of them.
Wow.
We'll keep going as long as.
Then you have to find a lot of language experts to
absolutely
to help you out.
Think about it. Language is culture.
Yeah.
Right. And in the future, probably our entire existence is going to be digital. And if our language have not been digitized, what's going to happen to it?
Yeah, I mean,
it will disappear. So we have to make sure that we preserve it.
Okay. Yeah. So Paul, just still on the app. I know obviously creating apps comes with its own security and features and all of that. How secure is this app for people, for users out there?
It's as secure as we can get it. I think it's as secure as any solution out there. So for instance, we do things like, we don't just store all the data that we get. We make a judgment call. We don't store any voice data because it's too personal. The only data that we store is the data that you choose to share with us. So through the app, you can, if you run across a translation that's bad, you can make a suggestion.
Oh, okay.
If you want, right? So if you choose to give us the suggestion, that's the only data we keep. We don't keep anything else because we know there are a lot of security issues with that. And I mean, there are actually, beyond security issues, there are also ethical concerns.
Exactly.
Gender bias and other sorts of things we have to think about.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So just finally, we're wrapping up. I know you've been operating for 2 years now, right, on the app. How's the feedback like?
I encourage you to go to the Android page and look at the feedback. Surprisingly, very good. Okay. So initially, there were some negative comments, or maybe it's not good enough.
Which is normal.
Absolutely, it wasn't perfect, right? So they looked up something, they didn't think it was correct. So, but over time, or sometimes people come in there and they don't find their language, which also upsets them. So they give us a negative review, which we understand. right? But nowadays it's pretty much 5 out of 5.
Great.
Yeah.
But you're looking to do some updates on it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We are constantly doing updates. Not sometimes even you won't even see we do them in the back end. We improve the.
You just wake up in the morning and it's an update.
And it's just better. Yeah.
All right, that's great. I'm really enthused with what you guys are doing, and I'm really hoping you guys would go far with this, because I think language and culture go hand in hand, and they're very, very essential to us. And for you to create an app, and you and your team creating an app to help assist this is a very good thing. So we really appreciate what you do, and just your final words.
Okay, I think the future is very bright if we understand it and prepare for it. So I think as a society we should start prioritizing innovation, entrepreneurship, and importantly incentivizing that and out-of-the-box thinking for our youth, because they are the future and they are the most valuable resource we have. Human capital is the most valuable resource we have. If we encourage them and then we make role models out of projects like this, and we also impart technological knowledge as we work on this to others, I think we have a very good chance of making a huge impact in the next millennium.
Great. So I've been speaking with Paul Azuri, the founder for the Ghana Natural Language Processing. We've been talking about the Akaya app, which is an app that has been infused with some local dialects to help bridge cultures and learn about languages. Paul is also a graduate from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Yes, a very novel school at that. And he's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Many thanks for watching. My name is Maulia Holmeka.
Thank you, Maulia Holumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, piloting of the ECD has begun in Seshi Asafo in the Western North region. This is according to the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison. He noted that this is to test the viability of an offline version of the central bank's digital currency in a community where there is no connectivity. He made this disclosure at the Ghana CEO Summit on Monday, May 30th.
Mr. Chairman, in line with the rapid innovation in digital financial services, the bank adopted a regulatory and innovation sandbox approach to support the process. Currently, the sandbox provides live tests of innovative digital financial services products, business models, and supportive technologies in a controlled environment for possible market rollout. More recently, the bank took a major step to explore a central bank digital currency within the framework of the Financial Sector Digitization Program. In partnership with G&D Technology, the bank is currently piloting the issuance of the digital currency. This project presents a unique opportunity to design a technological representation of a fiat currency that will drive financial sector digitization further and also facilitate the government's inclusive digital transformation program. In keeping with the bank's commitment to digitization of the sector, the ECD project is progressing steadily. Since financial inclusion is one of the objectives, the bank has deemed it necessary to test an offline version of the ECD that can be used for consecutive payments between individuals and merchants where there is no connectivity infrastructure, just like cash. Digitizing the offline transactions of rural and frontier households holds the key to creating the necessary market linkages that could result in access to finance. So far, the usage and uptake of the offline version of the ECD is being piloted in a small town called Seshi Asafo in the Western North region. Selected users in that community have been using the ECD for daily purchases such as food, grocery, and drinks. The bank will continue to work with these users to obtain the critical usage data that will inform the decision about the ECD's future after the pilot. These are clearly landmark events in providing digital leadership with the payment systems to lead to a digitized economy in the near future.
A report by Imani Africa has ranked the Finance Ministry as the most financially reckless ministry in the country. According to a report dubbed 2022 Fiscal Recklessness Index, the ministry has recorded over 11 billion cedis in losses to the state due to acts of omission and commission by its officials. The losses are said to have been recorded between 2015 and 2020, and the calculations were based on irregularities tracked in the Auditor General's report for the said years.
We looked at the financial irregularities or the financial cost of the indiscipline of public institutions or ministries, departments, and agencies in Ghana. And over the period between 2015 and 2020, the irregularities of public institutions, that is ministries, departments, and agencies, is about 13.9 billion Ghana cedis. And if you compare that with the period between 2010 and 2014, the irregularities in this period or between 2015 and 2020 has increased more than 13 times, which means that the public financial management reforms that we have implemented are not delivering optimal results to the country. Now, if you critically go into the 13.9 billion, tax irregularities alone was about 9.2 billion. That is over 65% of the total irregularities recorded. Again, cash irregularities was the next highest irregularity, about 21%, or that's approximately 2.9 billion. Averagely, in the last 6 years, that is between 2015 and 2020, the average financial cost of irregularity is about 2.3 billion, and that is higher than how much we spent during the COVID-19 pandemic or the additional healthcare spending. Then again, if you compare the tax irregularities alone to the amount we've spent on free senior high schools, that is 7.7 billion, the tax irregularities recorded in the last 6 years, 2015 to 2020, is higher than how much we've spent on a critical social service or social intervention program like free senior high school program. Now, if you go into the ranking, the Ministry of Finance and its subsidiary agencies are the most fiscally reckless institution, followed by the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Employment and Foreign Affairs. Generally, most of the public institutions are moderately fiscally reckless, which means that if you're able to tighten the internal controls and public financial management measures in the country, we will be able to address the cause of the recklessness, which are mainly driven by lack of compliance enforcement, weak internal audit control system, and lack of application of sanctions. So when people abuse the laws, nobody is actually applying the sanctions. So these are the main causes of the irregularities. And if you look at now, between 2015 and 2020, the top 5 fiscally reckless institutions is Ministry of Finance and its agencies, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Roads and Highways, Employment and Foreign Affairs. Yeah.
Ghana has been categorized as having a higher chance of defaulting on its external debt in the next 5 years, the CFR Sovereign Risk Tracker has said. Results from the tracker showed Ghana scored a mark of 10, indicating that the country has a 50% or higher chance of defaulting on its external debt in the next 5 years. The CFR Sovereign Risk Tracker placed Ghana among 10 other countries, including Egypt, Tunisia, Lebanon, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Russia, Ukraine, and Venezuela. Among the countries, the tracker showed Egypt as a nation with the slightly below 50% chance of defaulting in its sovereign loans. Touching further on Ghana, the CFR Sovereign Risk Tracker showed Ghana's short-term debt and current account situation is equivalent to 79% of its reserves. The Office of the Special Prosecutor has frozen all assets belonging to the late Sir John. The move comes after the OSP announced it has commenced investigations into the leaked will of the Forestry Commission boss, which showed portions of the Achimota forest land bequeathed to some named persons. Details of the will have sparked controversy among a cross-section of the public, with the Ministry of Land stating that the Lands Commission does not have any documentation to prove that the late Kwejo Owuswe Friye, otherwise known as Sir John, owned portions of the Achimota Forest lands. In a statement issued on May 24th, the Lands Minister Samuel Abu Jinapor directed that the lands declared as owned by the late Forestry Commission boss is deemed as void. To our final story, the Institute of Energy Security is projecting a rise in the price of gasoline ranging from 5% to 9% over the current price, with some form of stability in the prices of gas oil and liquefied petroleum gas beginning June 2022. The 5.49 and 4.13% drops in the price of gas oil and LPG respectively on the international market, according to the IES, may not necessarily lead to a reduction at local retail outlets, as most marketers will look to maintain their prices to offset the losses from the depreciation of the local currency. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech. This show airs every Friday on GhanaWeb TV. Do well to log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri, your host here on Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. Today I have a very exciting episode for you. I will be speaking with my brother, Fred Digby Jr., creator of Heal the World. If you scan down to my feet, you will see the maker of these particular slides that I have on right now. High quality, high value, made in Ghana. Let's find out who Fred is. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. I am your host with the most, Diallo Sumbri. As we do every episode, let's get to know our guest today before we dive into his story, and I'm sure you're going to be inspired. My brother Fred.
How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Before we get into your story, let's dive in. This is what we do called choices. Okay. I'm going to give you choices, and then you choose one, and then tell me why.
All right.
The first one is movies versus music. Which one?
Movies versus music.
If you had to choose one, which would you choose?
I'll go with music now because I sleep through the movies. you know, it takes me too long to get through a movie because I have so many other things to do. So music gets me to a mood or to a place much quicker than movies would right now. I got wife, I got kids. I ain't got time for movies.
You ain't got time for movies.
My life is a movie, bro.
Your life is a movie. You film yourself.
Yes, sir.
All right. Fufu versus Banku.
Jollof.
No, that's not a choice, bro. You see, we always get these difficult people. Y'all know we get these difficult. Fufu versus Banku. If you had to choose between the two.
I'd do Banku, because my Ewas, like the tribe I'm from, we like Banku and we like tilapia, so I'll do Banku.
So the Banku
yes.
is
yeah, Banku's a hit. It's a hit in my house.
Okay, okay.
You know.
All right. New York City versus Accra.
I say New York for 2 weeks, and then Accra for the rest of the year.
I tell y'all, you
difficult people, right? No, Accra. It has to be Accra. It has to be Accra.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Definitely Accra.
Definitely Accra. Definitely Accra.
All right. No, that's an easy one. I almost got stuck. African wear, like a kaftan, versus an American suit.
Look at me, man.
I know, but you know, it could just be, you know, what you're wearing today.
I haven't worn a suit in. I can count the number of times I've worn a suit in the last 10 years. You know, maybe 10 times. Like it's a must, and even then, I'm like, why am I wearing a suit? Like, so, kaftans, African wear. It's more comfortable. You know, it goes with my identity.
Last choice. American football versus international football.
International football.
But do you like American football?
I do like American football. Dallas Cowboys, Tom Brady, the usual suspects. I was born in Dallas, so I like the Cowboys. But then I came to Ghana, and it was soccer. It was soccer from when I was a kid to now. And my thing with American football is, I do feel like these very physical sports, like eventually, I don't know if they'll be banned, but it's like back in the day, the gladiators and stuff that we call sports that's allowed. I don't know how it's going to be in the future. You know, you saw the Will Smith movie, Concussion. Right. You know, so I'm on the fence. I like it, but you know, it's dangerous.
It can't last forever.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they have like 5-10 year career span, and then you got it. Your body pays for it.
Right.
You know, the rest. So soccer is good. International football.
International football.
Yes,
because America's the only place to have a different football.
Right.
Every place else in the world has that soccer.
Right. Landed the
that was Choices. As you know, we play Choices because we believe our choices should not separate us. Our choices should not push us further apart. But the more we understand the choices that we each make, the closer it brings us together. Now we're going to dive into our top 5.
All right.
So this is what we call top 5. I'm going to give you 5 categories. You give me your top. Number 1, your favorite book. It could be your favorite or a book that has had a really big impact in your life.
All right. I'm going to say 2.
You can only say 1.
Then I'll go for The Tanning of America by Steve Stout. So it's a book. That's the black people's version of The Tipping Point. Because Malcolm Gladwell has The Tipping Point,
right,
which is great. But then The Tanning of America, Steve Stout was basically a music exec who's now like a marketing genius. And he found a way of bringing hip-hop into mainstream. You know, Jay-Z with HP and Chris Brown with Sprite. And it just... I said it changed my life, because it's like what we black people, what African Americans, whatever we're doing is relevant globally.
Right.
And because we got that sauce, you know, we have that special sauce. And so The Tanning of America is all about, you know, how the sauce,
Got you.
and you know how it goes mainstream and how people make money off it and how we can make money off it too. So The Tanning of America by Steve Stout. I'm still trying to meet him.
The Tanning of America by Steve Stout. If you haven't read it, get it. I'm gonna go on Amazon and order it, because it's not in my library, but it will soon be.
No, it's a great book. It's a great
Next
book.
one.
Right.
Favorite food. It could be a dish or kind of food, like soul food, or it could be pizza.
Okay.
If you only had to choose one, what is it?
I like these first 2 options, but I'll stick to jollof, chicken, and plantain.
So jollof, chicken, and plantain. Meal.
That's the combo.
That's your favorite.
That's
if
the combo.
If you had to choose one dish That's what you're going for.
That's the combo. You can't get it wrong, you know.
Gotcha.
Because black people and chicken, like, it goes without
So let me
saying.
ask you, because jollof is made in different places. Just jollof?
Ghanaian jollof,
Okay,
please.
be clear, because you know.
Yeah. I mean, I tried the Senegalese, because they said it's from Senegal. I tried the Nigerian, you know, but Ghana, you know, everything starts in Ghana. Everything it's the gateway to.
I'm not going to debate you. I'm not going to debate them on that.
No. There's no debate. You know, it's Ghanaian jollof. Everybody else is just making noise.
Okay, I hear you.
You know
I hear you. Favorite sport?
Basketball. I love basketball because even though I'm older now, it's the one sport where you get instant gratification. Every time the ball goes in the net, the endorphins, and you get a little adrenaline rush, and then you want to do it over and over again, as opposed to maybe running a 20K or doing a sprint or doing, you know, something else. So basketball, I hurt my leg the other day about 2 months ago, but I can still shoot, you know, so I don't
still play.
Yeah, I can still shoot, you know, so basketball is still my favorite sport. Yeah, basketball.
Basketball,
yes,
got you.
Yes,
Great
sir.
reasons too. Favorite place to vacation? It could be a place that you've already been or a place that you want to go.
Vacation. Now I have to think about it. I haven't taken one in a long time.
Same, brother.
We travel, we go to nice places, but it's never quite a vacation.
So if it's a place that you haven't been, just a place that you know when you take your wife and your boys and you want to go there, and it's the place where you want to go, turn your phone off and be there for a real vacation, not one of our vacations where after 2 days we back on our phone and laptop.
You know, I wanted to say one of those exotic places like Bali or, you know, or Sao Tome, but if I think about my setup, Disneyland. I'm not playing because my boys will love it. Yeah. And there's a lot of activity, and you know, I think they'll love it. I think I loved it when I was a kid.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and so I would
you
love
know they
to.
would.
That would legit be a vacation because it's Disneyland.
Yep,
You know,
yep,
anywhere
definitely.
else you'd be thinking about business opportunities and, you know, sightseeing, but if you're out hanging out with Mickey Mouse, there's not much.
You
work
on
can-
vacation.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So Disneyland would be cool.
Okay,
I'd love to go
okay.
to Disneyland with my family.
Last one is your favorite musical artist across all genres. If you only had to pick one artist, choose one.
Wow. Now I really,
And we know that changes, right?
Mhm,
Tomorrow
mhm.
might be different, but for right now on set, you get to choose one.
Wow. This is gonna take a while because now I have to stop and think about it.
No, we ain't gonna give you that much time because
Favorite musical artist right now.
It could just be your favorite right now.
Okay, I think I would say Kendrick Lamar. but
Kendrick.
It's not because of anything recent. It's because of that one song he did, High Power, like 10 years ago. And like I haven't heard a song like that since. And he was new and he was just spitting game. So I would say for right now, this Ghanaian afternoon, in an hour it could be somebody else. But for
Kendrick
right now, I'm gonna go with Kendrick just for that one song.
No
Right,
problem.
High Power.
We appreciate it.
All right.
That's our top five. Top five is a wonderful way to find out something about somebody. It could be a total stranger you're sitting next to on a plane, in the airport. As black people, as we move around the diaspora, it's important for us to say hello. It's important for us to find out who we're sitting next to. It's important for us to network. And top five is a wonderful way to do that. Now, let's get into this story and find out who this brother is.
Great things, around the world.
We are back on Diaspora Link with our guest, Fred Digby. We found out about some choices of his. We found out about his top five. Now let's get into the story and find out about this brother's journey. My brother, first of all, I need the camera to pan down to my feet. Do you see my feet? Are we getting a close-up? Because we are going to talk about where this brother is now and his shoe company, Heal the World. We're going to go back to see where he started from, but I just needed you all to see these custom slides that came from this brother. All right, let me just...
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Let's get it. All right, so you were born in the U.S. You were born in Dallas. Talk to me about your family. Where is your family from? Your family is Ghanaian, somehow they got to the U.S., you were born there, and you made it back. Walk us through kind of your family's journey and then you through high school, college.
Okay, I'll do my best to tell you about my family before I was born. So my dad is a lawyer turned pastor. His name is Reverend Dr. Fred Digby. So I'm Fred Digby Jr. My mom is a teacher turned lawyer. So she's Joanna. They got married in the early 80s, and somewhere in my dad's final year of law school, he got like a strong calling to be a pastor. And so he was already killing it in law school. So when he told his friends he's not really interested, you know, they're like, why? He's like, I want to be a pastor. And it's not like 2022 pastors where you know their prosperity, like I want to do God's work. And so he still had to stick it out, finish up, because you know, going to law school is an opportunity and everything. And so shortly after, got married to my mom, and then had my sister in '83, and then moved to the U.S. for seminary, for school. And so I was born in Dallas, Texas in 1984. Don't remember much. My brother was born a few years later, came down to Ghana in '89 or something. And
so like 5 years old was your first time in Ghana.
Right. So then
do you have any memories whether it's sights, smells, colors about your first time in Ghana at 5 years old?
I do. I remember chickens at the airport. I remember seeing chickens at the airport and being scared. You can't cuss on here, but I was scared, you know. I was scared of chickens.
This is Ghana Airways days.
This is Ghana Airways days, and so I remember chickens. It just scared me. They were just very unstable. You know, it was very unstable. You know, I was not expecting to come into the wild so quick. You know, I mean,
got you.
You know, I mean, maybe lions I would have expected, but chickens at the airport running wild. And so we moved to Kumasi. So my dad was a pastor there, and he was doing some work for about 3 years. So that's where I learned to speak Tree. And I went to school there for a year or two, and then we moved to Accra in 1991, 92. My dad got another job in Accra. So we came, and then I tried out public school for a little while, and then eventually got to another school called Ghana International School, which is a good international
GIS?
school. GIS, right?
I've heard it's
GIS.
The best. Some people have said it's the best, and some people said it's one of the best.
It's one of the best. I went to a couple of schools, so I have to give all of them their credit. So GIS is one of the best. But that's where I think everything began for me, you know, my level of consciousness, because the question is, where are you from? That's where because it's an international school. So it's like, where are you from? If I was in the public school, everybody's black, so no one's going to ask where you're from. You know, but if you're in an American school, an international school, they ask you. And at the time, I was really young, and I knew I was born in the U.S., but I knew I was Ghanaian. But there was nothing to write home about. You know, there was nothing to talk about. Like, it was almost whack being a Ghanaian. There was nothing. Like, you're Ghanaian, there was nothing. Like, what are you going to talk about? So for the longest time, I said I was American. And then went to school for GIS for a long time. Then in the 10th grade, my dad had to move again for work, for school. So we moved to Kentucky. So I did Kentucky for 1 year. Then I came back to GIS for 1 year. Then I went to Lincoln, an American school in Ghana as well. And this whole time, this question of where are you from, always haunted me. It wasn't until I got done with school here, high school here, and then I went to Ashesi University, which is the best university. There's no doubt about that. Ashesi University, started by Patrick Iwa, former Microsoft employee, got shares in the 80s, put his money where his mouth was, came and invested in liberal arts college, because it's about critical thinking. We got a lot of schools, but people are not actually thinking. It's chew and pour, and just regurgitating whatever you learned. So I got to go to school there. And it was in my 3rd year, we had a class called Conflict in Africa. And I'd never thought about conflict in Africa. I mean, Africa has its conflict, but I never thought about the causes. So that's when I started finding out about European interests and so on. And, you know, destabilizing an economy and coming in to sweep in and save the day. And some of these people who were behind it were like high level, you know, people, maybe not the president, but maybe the president's kids. For a couple of, so it's the first time I was like, whoa, you know, I still didn't know what I wanted to do and all that, but it was the first time I really took a step back and said, the next course I did right before finishing was on economic development, and it spoke about, you know, pockets of rich people living in like a poor neighborhood, and all that just started like triggering like, you know, stuff within me I'd never thought of before. So that's my education. So I got done with school in 2006 in Ashesi University. I was student council president. Did a lot of stuff, sports. It was a good run. It was a good run.
Let me ask you this question: when you took those courses, did you start to connect dots from Dallas to Kumasi to Accra to Kentucky? Like, did things kind of start from GIS in these private schools? Your time in public school. Did things start to kind of make sense and you begin to say, okay, maybe I understand why and how this and that?
I didn't quite understand everything, but, you know, I think everything happens for a reason, right? And I don't know why I kept moving around so much, but then I still had the same, like, burning, like, feeling. I don't even know how to describe it. But the questions, the stuff I learned in school in Ashesi, like, just, you know, one question, like, who benefits when Africa is in trouble? Like, just one question just triggered me, and I would say ever since, that's the question I've been trying to answer in my own way. You know, so
when did you find a reason to be proud to be Ghanaian? When and how?
It was soccer. It was soccer. I went to visit my aunt in Nigeria when I was 10 years old in 1995, and Ghana was playing Brazil in the final. It was Ghana under 17, under 18, I think, and I mean, it was Brazil. If you talk about soccer, you're talking about Brazil. You're talking about basketball, you're talking about America, you know. So Brazil is the big bad wolf. We're not supposed to win. And I think we end up winning 3-1. And I'm in Nigeria, so it's not like
at that point, I'm Ghanaian.
I let everybody in the building knew there was a Ghanaian in there, and it was the first time, and I loved it. I loved it, and I didn't get that feeling again till maybe 10 years later when Ghana, or 12 years later when Ghana played Uruguay. But that was different. Ghana played Uruguay. It was a senior team. It was in South Africa, and we lost on penalties. But then that loss, people interpreted it differently. People took it personally, but I was like, so I thought like, so we could have been great. You know, if we had won, we would have been great. Would have been, and I just watched the euphoria in the country, and I just like, so Ghanaians or Africans actually want to be great. They're not poor, third world, you know. Just look around, like you have shoe shine boys and barbers using iPhones, you know, taxi drivers, you know, on Instagram. Like, we do want to be great. It's just the circumstances and, you know, education and a couple of things that are in the way. So I would say twice it's soccer that led me to you know, falling in love with being Ghanaian. Not because of soccer, but just because you know, all the
greatness.
Pride.
You saw the pride. You saw the pride and the greatness.
I saw the pride, right.
So before we go to break, connect for me being a banker to that question of who benefits when Africa's in conflict. Because you talked about Ashesi University, right? And I know that you're a former banker.
Right.
And I'm sure somewhere in that time and space you started your banking career.
Right.
And we know that when we get jobs, part of it is to get a job to take care of ourselves and our family. But it's also not just any job.
Right.
Can you connect those two for me?
So when I got done with Ashesi University, when I was just about getting done, a kid came up to me with T-shirts, and he'd made the t-shirts in Ghana, and I'd never seen anything like that made in Ghana, and they were like hand painted. I don't know if you remember the brand Miskeen. So Miskeen was like a hand painted.
Yes.
When Echo,
You mean in the U.S.?
In the U.S.
Yes.
So when Echo and Rockaware and Fat from Miskeen was, so they were selling like $30 shirts, and Miskeen was like a $70, $80 because it was handmade. And I saw this kid making them with this.
And it was a Ghanaian?
A Ghanaian.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Anansi, right? That's the boy's nickname. Anansi is like Ghana's Spider-Man. Anyways, and I'd never seen anything like that in Ghana. I was like, and I was like, this could sell anywhere. And so that was my first, like, this is something here that can do well anywhere. And so I was 22 years old. I went over to Register General. I'm like, I'm going to start a company called Made in Ghana. And they're like, no, you can't have it. I'm like, why? They're like, because you can't have it. So I'm like, can I have it manufactured in Ghana? They're like, you can have it. And so as it stands, I'm 37 now, and I have my friends, and I have a company called Manufactured in Ghana. And that's, it's crazy because no developed country will give a 22-year-old, manufactured in the U.S. Like there's too much IP, there's too much pride, but that just shows how low we thought of ourselves 15 years ago.
That they would give that away.
That they would give that away. So, so that was in 2006. So then I left. I mean, I was here trying to start this T-shirt brand, and then someone's like, "Hey, you're American. Why don't you go get some dollars, pump it back in your business?" So I went to New York in 2007, and there was a crisis and a depression, financial, and I was depressed, and I came, and then I came back, because I couldn't get a job. I mean, Mother's Day came, I couldn't buy my mom a card. I mean, it was bad. How bad it is. Like, there's broke bad Africa, which is different from broke New York, America. Like,
Understood.
It's different. The wind is different.
Right. The bottom is not always the bottom.
No. It's all right. Here, someone will break you off, but right there, it's like, nah, we all struggling. So at some point, I'm like, what am I doing here? What am I actually doing here? I mean, I'm doing security in a meth clinic with crackheads, and we're hanging out, And I'm like, what am I doing here? And I'm like, in my father's house, there's cars, there's help, and I'm back home. So I had to come back, and at that same time, I was still trying to solve the problem of like this burning thing within me. And so I came back home, and I thought the problem with Ghana was branding or marketing. I thought that's the problem. So then I joined an ad agency, an international one called Ogilvy, and unfortunately, I didn't learn as much as I could have or I should have. Maybe it was me, maybe it was them. I'll say it was me. I was really young, and I just needed the right mentorship, and it wasn't there. So I'm like, you know what? If this isn't working out, all this self-exploration stuff, let me get some money. Let me go work in a bank.
There we go. So hold on, let me stop you right there. Because a bank is a good place to get money.
Yes, sir.
Legally.
Okay?
Right. Legally. We're going to take a small break and come right back and finish the story. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we are back with our interview. We're going to jump right back in. So you needed to get some bread. I know I had this part of my life and I was like, I don't want to do this. I just need to get some bread.
Yes, yes.
So you went to the bank.
So I did go for one bank interview. I got pushed to the front of the line. This is Ghana. And I remember them asking me questions, and I'm like, I never thought I'd work in a bank during the bank interview. So that interview didn't go well.
Right.
Too much. This is important because we get opportunities and we mess them up, you know. So I messed that one up, and so a couple months later, I got another opportunity at a bank, and I was as excited as possible during the interview session. But I knew it was just about the money, you know. It's just about having some stability. So,
and there's nothing wrong with having stability, because I know sometimes those of us who are really purpose-driven, we get on ourselves and we can't really, it's difficult for us to drive and find our purpose and help other people if we don't have no stability ourselves.
Exactly, exactly. So I had to make a decision, get a job, be a grown-up, you know. So I got a job at a bank, and from day one, I knew I was not going to be there forever. Like, I'm not doing 30 years here. I'm not trying to rise up to CEO.
Right.
I just need this constant, you know, flow. So by that time, I had paused on the T-shirts because it was almost too easy to do because there was no intellectual property like protection. I had this one meme. I'll send you guys the pictures. You know, you can blow them up. And then it started blowing up. This is before there were memes, you know, and I just realized anybody who could see the image could just take the image and then put it on a T-shirt, and that's it. And I was
duplicate.
Like, low barriers to entry. So I'm like, I need to do something more difficult. So I joined the bank. Nice shirt, nice suit, nice tie, and my shoes were busted. You know, they weren't actually my shoes. They were shoes from under my dad's bed that he might have had before I was born, but to me, shoes were shoes. And then when I got to the bank, they're like, those are not shoes, you know? So I went out. I'm like, I'm going to buy myself the most expensive shoes I can find. Went to Osu, Oxford Street. Went to a shop, Pierre Cardin, bought these $800 shoes. It was the dollar and the CD was 1-to-1. It was 800. And
the dollar and the CD was 1-to-1. I'm gonna just let that sit.
I'm just yes. It was 1-to-1 once upon a time, right? And so we bought the shoes, and then I don't know, maybe it's because my dad's a pastor. I had like so I saw a shoe shine boy walking past the boutique window, and then like the light hit him, and I had like a hallelujah moment. So like I'm holding the shoes, I see the shoe shine boy, I'm like, you know, I had an epiphany. So I run out and I'm like, can you make these shoes here? He's like, no, I can't make these shoes here. I said, why? I said, I can never make these shoes here. I'm like, can we? He said, my brother, we can never make these shoes here. I was like,
no reason other than just that we can't.
No. So then I thought, he doesn't go to school. He doesn't know anything. I'm like, let me ask my colleagues at work. Same thing. Can't make this here.
You can never make the shoes here.
Ask my auntie, can't make it here. Ask my girlfriend, now my ex-girlfriend, can't make this here.
Let me stop you for a minute, because no one's giving a reason other than just that you can't.
No one is breaking down the problem They're just
you
can't make it, right? So then I go online and I'm like, let me just go find about these shoes. I find out there's a whole like high-end shoe like world, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 shoes, and it's like it takes 4 months to make a pair. I'm like, we should do that because Ghana, everything is slow anyways, right? So why don't we just take our time and then do something prime, right? So I'm still thinking about this. I don't know anything about shoes, by the way, at the time. But I'm like, that is my incentive because I don't want to have to know about something to start it or to try, you know, which is what people, you know, say, I don't know anything about it, so I can't get into it. I'm like, if it's difficult, that's the next step because I did the t-shirt thing. It was too easy. And I'm going to do something
So
really
right now, you're on a journey and you're being led towards something. And all of these stops are things that are pushing you to the next thing, the next thing, the next thing.
Exactly. So I'm thinking, okay, what happens if this works out? Like we make these great shoes and they're sold for thousands of dollars. I'm still in Ghana. I'm like, what would I want to do with all that money? I'm like, besides having money, I'm like, I would like to, you know, be in a position where we can put money in the next unorthodox thing to come out of Africa. You know, the next thing that's impossible from Africa. So that's how come we came up with the name Heal the World, which H-E-E-L, because we're making shoes, we wanted them to go global, but we wanted to be a conduit for other innovative, you know, unorthodox things from Africa. So we wanted to, you know, give a portion of what we're doing towards that. So I remember coming up with a name with a couple of people I was trying to start the business with, and I thought they were going to shut it down. You know, gonna laugh at Michael Jackson and, you know, Heal the World. I mean, but they were like, all right, it's okay. Like, they didn't say anything that let me know the name was a great name. And then, you know, I read a book, 4 Steps to Epiphany by Steve Blank. And he's got this thing in there called MVP, Minimum Viable Product. And what you do is, you have this big dream, this vision, this goal, but you have to have something that works. You have to start somewhere and prove that works and then take it to the next level. So that's what MVP is, minimum viable product. Like, what's the least I got to do right now to prove something works? And because when I started off, I remember because I wanted to make $1 million shoes, I was working on like a shoebox for like 4 months. And then after like 4 months, my partner at the time, my business partner at the time, is like, yo, your shoebox looks like a coffin, bro. Like,
so let me ask you this. Everybody said it's impossible. So what was your journey like in making a shoe company? Was it like you traveling? So did you travel to other places in Africa? Are you sourcing leather from here, there? Are you like, or is it just on YouTube or looking at videos, of, you know, meeting with craftsmen? What is?
I mean, first off, I'm working in a bank, and so I'm not as mobile.
You're doing your 9 to 5,
I'm doing
and then your 5 to
9.
9.
My 5 to 9. So what happens is, there's a young guy who's coming in to the bank every day selling jerseys during the World Cup, and I loved his consistency and his professionalism. And I'd done some work with his brother before, but I'm like, this guy's serious. So I'm like, I had the brain, I had the money, I didn't have the legs. So I partnered with him to help me do some groundwork. Groundwork means finding materials, finding shoemakers, testing them, photo shoots, just all that stuff that I couldn't do because I didn't have the time. And so that took
It's been a week of innuendos and backlash as Efia Schwarzenegger is being lambasted for labeling her fellow woman barren. We'll have a conversation on that later on. We'll turn our attention to the call on celebrities to reject the anti-terrorism campaign ambassadorial deal. These and many other issues we have tabled for a discussion in this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boaben Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. My guests are seated. McDonald Nane Asare, aka Romeo, is an event organizer, artist manager, a columnist, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman, and a member of the Miss Ghana team. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Abrantipa.
Ibiaboko, Madina Teseng.
Madina Boko.
Nice one. The man who has been away just because he was shooting a video keken rocha. Hey! Oh, friend, and oh, I'm shooting a video. Oh, I'm shooting a video. Author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. Nene B is an author, a lawyer in the making. Nene, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome. It's really been a long time.
Yeah,
more than a month, right?
Yes, more than a month.
More than a month.
I've been quite busy, not just shooting the
video.
The video happened just 1 week. Yes, aside that, I was working on other stuff. You know, I don't live in Accra, so usually when I'm coming to Accra, it means that some money issue there.
Yeah.
So I didn't have money issue in Accra for the past 1 month. Yeah, economy na
I did. But what video was it though?
It was a video, and it was a video and photo shoot in promotion for my book. And actually, yeah.
I see.
The picture I sent to you. I thought people
the one you distracted me.
The one I thought people would be doing Vogue this week.
So you sent your picture.
Yeah, so that
we use it
for
Vogue.
So that you wish me happy birthday this week. My birthday was on Monday.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So by posting
belated
my picture,
happy birthday.
Thank you.
So today we'll use your picture for Vogue. Everett is not there, so we'll put Nenebi's picture there, and then we'll describe what he is wearing. What are you wearing in your? Vogue no prep. What are you wearing in there?
What am I wearing? It's a jeans jacket designed by my kid brother, who is also a designer. Yeah, Chiante Ado. And he combined two different styles of jeans. So one aspect of it is very official, another aspect of it is rugged. So that combines my two personalities.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm a gentleman.
Rags to riches.
Rags to riches.
Sometimes I'm a gentleman, sometimes I'm a gangster. So the combination of the two, and then the neck had a different feel to it. And then the jeans just to complement it, and then, you know, my favorite shoe brand is Adidas.
Okay.
Every time I want to buy a different brand, I go to the store, and then I see an Adidas brand, and then I buy Adidas. So I had to, you know, represent.
So where are you standing? Where is the location?
The location is somewhere in the free.
Okay.
Yes. And so the picture actually represents Afrobeat. You know, Afrobeat is a combination of different styles of music. You know, there's a fusion of Western style, there's a fusion of Ghanaian style, there's a fusion of Nigerian style, there's a fusion of, these days, there's a fusion of South African style into Afrobeat. So my outfit is supposed to represent that confusion that we call Afrobeat.
How is that promoting the book? If you say it's a photo shoot for the book.
Yeah, so there is a photo, what they call, there's a fashion term for it. I'm not a fashion person. It's a lookbook.
Okay.
Yeah, a lookbook is, I can't describe, but I know it's a lookbook. So the photo is from this lookbook I created for my book. The lookbook is called The Married at Birth Afrobeat. So there are different concepts in the lookbook.
Mate, Romeo, you show photo shoot and him that way.
I mean, that's all 31st course. My last man standing. I shut the door on all birthdays.
I see. Nene, belated happy birthday.
Thank you.
Free your mind.
Okay, so there's a lot of issues happening this week, and I'm not sure which one I should tackle. First and foremost, we are shooting this on Thursday, a day after Black Stars win over Madagascar in our quest to, you know, qualify for AFCON. And Ghana qualifying for AFCON is our birthright. We are supposed to be in AFCON every time. I think the only time we didn't qualify for AFCON was in 2004, right?
I don't know. I'm not a sports person.
I'm not a sports person either, but Black Stars is very important to our national fabric. And I think gradually Black Stars is winning back the love that Ghanaians have lost. And I like that now we have a string of wins which are important to make. But then what I really want to talk about is this guy, Afena-Gyan, right? In the game against Nigeria, he did well. But there's something that I noticed. You know, African football requires more physicality than skill. African football is very physical. That is why Ghana will score countries which play better football in the world, and then you play against Burkina Faso and Mali and be losing to them, right? Because they have more physical strength. And so against Nigeria, I think that they were kind of bullying him with their physicality, even though he was more skillful. And so he sort of got tired easily, right, earlier. But in this game, I noticed that he's growing in the African terrain. You know, after secondary school, he went to Europe. So I don't think that he's used to the African style of football yet. But this is his third game for the national team. And it looks like he's gaining his composure. So I'm excited about what we are going to do to Portugal in the World Cup. We need to, even if you are going to be to leave the World Cup in the group stages, we need to score Portugal. That is because we lost to them when they were very bad in 2014 because of, you know, the money in the plane. But now that we don't have any money in the plane, we have to score Portugal and humiliate them, even if they are going to lose to Korea. So I'm excited for the future of the Black Stars in the upcoming World Cup. That's all I want to talk about for now.
Romeo, I mean to you. Well, I think to free my mind, I feel there are things we need to put right. As public speakers, there are things naturally we would have to advocate for. The students of UPSA are going through something that's, excuse my language, doesn't sound well and doesn't make sense. Looking at the economic situations, in this period especially, if students delay in payment of their fees for a moment, I think there should be a payment plan feasible enough to make it okay for parents or students who are even struggling to pay the fees themselves, so that they don't even drop out. But then again, they are burdened with the fact that once you delay in paying your fees, then that penalty of 400 cedi or so is added to your, what do we call it?
The debt.
The debt. And then, or it's either you defer, and it makes it difficult for students. We are not supposed to even make situations of such difficult for students, especially knowing the situation we find ourselves in, coupled with even the academic struggles the students will go through. There are individuals, genuinely, the fees are not being paid by their parents. Some are doing as many as 3 jobs, many are jobs, just to put some pieces together to be able to afford such fees. And if you are not fortunate to even get a scholarship, the rich men who are even supposed to, who can even afford, are even enjoying the scholarship that the rich, the poor ones are supposed to enjoy, and they are still trying to pay. Why do you burden them with extra cost? So I feel this thing should be looked at, and I'm not sure it's peculiar to just UPSA. I think other private universities are also doing so. And I think University of Ghana, the times I remember, you were giving some grace period to pay, even in the middle of the semester. If you're able to pay some, by the time the semester ends, you should be able to complete your payments. And I think it was laudable. And if this is rolled out to other tertiary institutions, it will augur well, because I don't see the reason why students should be struggling in this. And I've seen a lot of students deferring just because they can't afford such penalties and even the original fees. So
are they being asked to pay in full? Because in the case of the University of Ghana, I don't know if it has changed. During our time,
like 75% or even 50% and register.
And then as time goes on, you complete.
Exactly.
Is that the case there?
I think their situation is such that, for instance, if your fees is about 2,000 cedis and you're unable to raise for the semester, and maybe you're able to raise about 800 or 1,000, I think you should be able to, you should be allowed to even register, so that by the time exams get close, by the time the semester closes, then at least you might have gotten enough period to settle up. But I think they are stifled. They are not given such enough space.
Could it be the case that the university is doing so because the students are abusing the what's the word?
Their leniency.
Yes, their leniency. Because sometimes, you see, when you are relaxed.
See, the issue is that whether relaxed or not, there are real students who are struggling. There are real butter and bread issues people are struggling to face. And looking at the price insurgents, like increases and a whole lot, it's affecting a whole lot of things. So if you're considering that, okay, people are abusing the liberty given to pay fees, eventually if the person doesn't pay, the person wouldn't graduate. The person wouldn't even end up, if by the time you're writing exams, it's enough grace period for you to raise fees, because you risk not being allowed to write, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that is even better because it allows grace period for people to relax, work and pay.
So your issue is with the penalty.
Exactly. And my key issue is that it's pushing the young ladies into what they are not supposed to do, because they would have to raise money. Some are in school, their parents are able to pay the initial fees, and the rest becomes a problem. And we are the same people who will be complaining about sugar daddies and a whole lot. But the acts and the kind of template we roll out, the rationale behind these young ladies forced into such situations. And then we come back and start accusing them. Let's make the system okay for everyone, so that the girl will not even be thinking of her fees and hostel fees. Remember, the hostel fees are even expensive. So if the person has maybe about 5,000, 6,000, the person would have to divide and pay part as fees and pay and secure the hostel, because you would have to look for a place to sleep even before you go for lectures. And you can't expect someone to raise 10,000, 8,000 to just pay fees on the go. You get it? So for me, I feel they should look at all these things again. And the scholarship secretariat, those in charge of scholarship, please stop giving it to the well-to-do students. Scholarships are meant for those who are struggling, brilliant but needy. And I don't see the reason why a minister's son or an MP's son should be enjoying scholarship. Or maybe a head pastor's son who is paid well and other allowances. Why should they be enjoying scholarships at the detriment of church members who are mere traders and struggling to pay their fees? Like, these are things we need to decouple in terms of our politicking, because everything is like politics. Once your father is the ambassador, you have the luxury of not paying fees. You can enjoy this scholarship and travel and go. Meanwhile, your father could have afforded it if he was even asked to pay. But these are things that we are struggling. Later, we cause that decay in our moral fiber, and when we finish, we're blaming it on who?
All right, that's McDonald Nanea Asari, aka Romeo, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. He is unhappy about the treatment being meted out to students of the University of Professional Studies, Accra. Yes, that they are being asked to pay a penalty if they are unable to pay their school fees for within a certain period. Okay, so we'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about Efia Schwarzenegger. We'll talk about the Say Something, See Something, and Say Something campaign against terrorism that our celebrities are being involved in. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away.
What's up, guys? This is Black Sharif, and I'm outside with Bloggers Forum with Abrantipa on GhanaWeb TV. Keep watching, keep it locked, you understand? Love.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantipa. My guest, McDonald Nanea Asari, aka Romeo, and then the author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People That Made It, Nenebi, or say Wakoye photo shoot, the Air Tony book. Now, let's talk about Efia Schwarzenegger. So, Efia Schwarzenegger made a post. In fact, it was a video, and the video came with a caption, and that has generated controversy in the showbiz space with Sam George, a member of parliament for Ningo Pram Pram, even, making a comment on it. And I read, she says, "I don't hate a barren at 47. I pray for them. Nature is already dealing with you, and now you can't see. Sorry, your life is delayed. Why report or Abrabomu Abrabomu F9. At your age, no child, no man to call your own, and menopause has set in, so I understand your frustration. By the way, I am busy paying university's fees, and tomorrow is PTA meeting. You can't say this about yourself. The next time you want to run your mouth, look for your mates, aka your fellow barons. Mothers are very busy people. When you meet responsible mothers like me, ask how much a Montezero fees cost, and see how useless you are as a woman in the society. Enjoying my hotel in Cannes. Help me tell your boss, oh sorry, my ex. Please, if you don't want to hear certain things, don't look for a mad woman's trouble. I won't call you mother of twins if you are a barren. Period. She posts another one and says, now that I have your attention, I, Queen Efia Schwarzenegger, will never work with my ex regardless of the money involved. I can't disrespect my man like that. Anti-second choice. You want nothing. You were offered what I rejected. Where were you when your boss, sorry, my ex, was kissing my just for logo? Whilst you are at it, ask him how much he paid for just a picture. I am not cheap like you. The rest are insults, naked insults I can't read. So when she said this, a number of people commented. This one says, this is so heartless on the side of Efia Schwarzenegger to attack your fellow woman like this. In fact, the hands that fed you when you were nobody. We are just giving this woman attention, and I must say it's baseless. Efia is just one woman with no manners. That's all. Calling a woman barren is the most disrespectful utterance someone can do towards a female. Efia Schwarzenegger is not a good example to emulate by all standards. May the people we ever helped never become our reason to shed tears. And this one says, this is the most heartless and wicked attack I have ever read on woman by a woman. He mentions a name. We don't know about the name, so we just leave the name out of it. And this post was made, we don't know what triggered it, but the most important thing is that she's being called out for calling her fellow woman a barren. Let me begin with Romeo. What your initial reaction was when you read her post?
I think,
by the way, Efia Schwarzenegger is a radio presenter and a comedian. Yeah.
I think we've given too much room for buffoonery, and this is the result of it. You see, when all these things started, like yes, it's also, and they've enjoyed the mileage, they've enjoyed the numbers, and they're making money out of the numbers. So it fuels their idiocy to be able to like feel free to throw out or churn out anything that comes to mind. But Abrantepa, you see, media or social media is making it difficult for better regulations, and people talk about moral decadence and a whole lot, but Efia Schwa is a canker. Efia Schwa is a canker because she says it when she wants and nothing happens. And she easily finds herself in the books of some top-notch people, so she feels she has the protection, so she can say whatever she likes. No reasonable woman will label another woman barren, regardless of the circumstance. I won't even wish it on my worst enemy. But it tells you that she's pained with the sort of incident that happened with Delay going to, joining Wuntumi, a group of companies or what have you. So it looks like, because it will take so much pain.
Is there a connection there?
No, but yeah, because Delay was like, she's the boss of the airwaves and blah, blah, blah. There's none like it. Like, it's just like a rapper, right? You say things to elevate yourself and a whole lot to mean that you are the best among the rest. So whoever would have to banter you or reply would also have to set sort of the bar a notch higher so that everyone would get talking. But hitting below the line by calling another woman barren, it's like just calling a woman openly prostitute. Which, like, even in movies, you realize that it gets muted when such words are being pronounced, because it's something that hurts or can destroy someone. And no one is saying anything about it. Now, if nothing at all, I wouldn't have known Efiashua if not for Delay. Because of Efiashua, Snega, that kind of
the TV series.
So people must learn that the fingers that fed you, no matter how it pricks you, you don't bite it off. You can show your anger and your dissatisfaction in many ways, but there are some lines you don't have to cross. And it's like we've just allowed Efiashua on the loose and she's just touching anyone. It's high time people really take her to the cleaners or deal with her in that kind of legal manner. At least if there's a serious fine on her, a defamation on her, she would get to know that there are restrictions to whatever. But you see, we are in a system where whom you know is the order of the day. So she feels she has the backing of some people, because obviously if she's not in Asimesi's camp, she'll be in another person's camp. And she knows that when it has to do with finding solace, she will know where to find it. And that's how she's playing her game.
Photo shoot mine.
Okay, so, you know, I don't like to use legal this when I'm arguing. I'm lying, I like to do that.
But
there is this case that happened in Ghana in 1959. And it's a reported case in Ghana called Wenchiwa versus Redua. It's a case involving two women who lived together in the same house. They were neighbors in Bompata, Kumasi. And they got into a heated argument. And one person called the other person, insulted the other person by saying, say, whoa, dodo mukankai. You understand? She was insulting her private part, saying that her private part was sticky, right? And when the lawyer was arguing before the court, the lawyer was struggling to use the words that the
accused used.
The defendant used, right? So the judge told him that the court is not contaminated by foul language. And that is something that when you go to law school in Ghana, one of the first things you learn is that the court is not contaminated by foul language. So you can use languages, any language, if it is important in the case, right? But the most important decision in the law, in this particular case, is that the judge said that in Ghanaian culture, there's a certain language that you cannot use in referring to a woman, because those languages have serious implication on the woman. So when you say a woman's private part stinks, that is a very grave insult to not just her person, her identity, her hygiene, and everything about her, right? So there are certain expressions that as Ghanaians, we are not supposed to use when you're talking about women. So insulting her private part, calling her, example he used, a prostitute, calling a woman barren. Those are expressions that carry serious, grave, what's the name? Interpretation or meanings, right? And it is sad that as a nation, you know, I'm somebody who doesn't care so much about, I'm a free speech advocate. I think that it should be absolute free speech, right? But I think that the onus should be on the individual. That when you are talking, you should be circumspect of the words you are using. You should be circumspect on how you address people. calling somebody barren in an issue has nothing to do with you. Like, that has nothing to do with her barrenness. If maybe the person, which is not needed, right? But if somebody maybe had insulted your child or insulted how you raise your children, and you reply by calling them barren, I could understand that. But if the war doesn't call for war, or you're not supposed to draw a gun. So, I don't know how to say this, but I feel like, just like Romeo is saying, we are losing a lot of things that hold our society together as a nation. And as a nation, is because it starts with Kumawood, right? The biggest Kumawood stars are people who insult people the most. But we always saw it as just entertainment. It's just a movie. But when we highlight those people and those insults, now it moved from just being a movie to real life. Now the biggest people we have in our country are the guy who lives in the US, so I don't want to mention his name because I feel like I'm making him bigger, using insults without addressing issues. If you have issues and you want to address those issues, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't have anything wrong with, criticizing the government, criticizing people in authority. It's our civic responsibility to do that. But when you are using language that is strongly worded insults, that says nothing about the issue you are addressing, then we are losing a lot as a nation. And in this particular instance, I've had bosses who have had falling out with. We've all had bosses we've had falling out with. That we don't, we are no more on speaking terms with because maybe of the way maybe they treated us when we were working with them. So we don't like them as people. But they are your bosses. You understand? He's somebody who gave you an opportunity. Your name was a name that was given to you by this person. This person created a TV show, created a character, gave the character a name. And then you were given that character's name, and then that character's name is now your stage name. You owe your very existence as an artist to this person. You are supposed to have given respect. You're supposed to at least give some respect to this person. I know sometimes when people are trying to prove they don't care, they show how much they care. They are trying to prove that you are quote unquote over your ex, and then in all your posts you bring in that ex. That shows how much you are pained by the fact that you are no more with that ex. You understand? So she need to get over it. She need to get over whatever the ex was giving him that she's not getting anymore. Whether it was the deed that was so good, whether it was the money, and she need to get over it, and she need to grow up as a person, And there are some things that she said that I don't have any problem with, like about the delegates and why they voted him. That I don't have a problem with because that's just politics, right? And there are some people that were voted for in both parties that I didn't like, right? And you are free as a civic person in Ghana to have that views. But, bringing in somebody and using words which have no interpretation or no bearing to the case, I think that was a low blow.
Next, we'll be talking about terrorism. So we've been told to be very mindful because there could be an attack. And so initially there was a statement asking people to be wary where they go, not to be at places where there are so many people there, because these are places where normally it becomes the target of the terrorist. Then we heard of some celebrities being appointed as ambassadors of the See Something, Say Something campaign that is against the terrorism, so that if you happen to see something fishy, something suspicious, you prompt authorities in order to prevent the attack. And our celebrities were part of it. Empress Gifty and Nana Abba Anamwa. Some members of the clergy were also part. But Adam Bona is a security expert, and he's been saying that this appointment, not. Inti Ebeya, those who have been appointed, they should actually reject it. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about that.
Are you hear one lady, Gifty, I think she's a musician, a gospel musician, has been earmarked or she's been selected to be campaign ambassador for the fight against terrorism. My advice to her would be to rescind the acceptance. She should let those who appointed her know publicly that she doesn't want it, because first of all, they are going to begin to trail, they are going to begin to follow her, they are going to begin to profile her, they are going to obviously target her. Usually, they will do this because then they see you to be one of the people who is likely to hinder them, even though these people are bad people. And so mine is that it's not done anywhere. And so if this woman was advised properly, she would have said, no, thank you, I cannot do such a thing. This is not the fight, against COVID. This is not some form of entertainment. I'm talking about people who are killing people. I'm talking about people who are destroying nations. And then you say what? You select some individuals or an individual to be a campaign ambassador, and she accepts to do it because she was ill-informed. It is totally wrong. It doesn't happen that way. No nation will do that. Even when they are killing soldiers. Togo, they killed several soldiers in Togo. You go to Burkina Faso, they killed several soldiers in Burkina Faso. Cote d'Ivoire, several soldiers. Niger, they are killing soldiers because you see, when they see the security of the armed forces, they see the armed forces or the security agencies to be the face against the campaign against their work, and therefore they will target them. So who took that decision to make this woman or some individuals or celebrities ambassadors?
Right, so that's security expert Adam Bona. Now, away from that, the national security, they want to be educating the people, and so the media has been asked to provide wider coverage for the education in order to deepen the understanding of threats of terrorism. Mamisha is a lawyer.
Please, I want to. What are the celebrities apart from?
Nana Banamwa is part. We have Kofi Kinata, Kwame Sefakai, Jifa Bampo, Gifty Adoye, aka Press Gifting, Dr. Lawrence Tete. So far, this is the list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wanted to say something.
Is it necessary?
I wanted to say something about the list, but let me hold myself.
Why? What do you want to say about the list?
I'm curious about.
You think some people should have been there?
No, I'm curious about the criteria
used in choosing them.
Choosing them, yes. And because I'm thinking that if I'm somebody who wants to commit terrorism, why would Namba Namwa or Kwame Sefakai be the reason I change my mind? But anyway, that's the.
No, it is not for you, the terrorist. It's for the citizens, so that when they see something, they will say something.
To who?
If they see anything suspicious, they report to authorities.
What is anything suspicious? You see, the whole list of the See Something, Say Something campaign started with the government putting out, what's the name? A poster that was posted, was it posted by the presidencies, was tweeted by the presidency. They tweeted a picture. First was a picture that has a woman dressed in a veil, and she had a mosque behind her.
Yeah.
That was the first picture they put out. And a few minutes later, they put out another picture of a guy, and he has a church behind, right? But when they put out the picture of the woman, the first picture they put out, and people started reacting about how insensitive that was, how stereotypical that was, because it was a Muslim woman, the friend is saying.
And there was a mosque.
I'm thinking that the reaction to that is why they didn't even consider having somebody from northern Ghana or having the Muslim background as part of them. But I want to believe that you see, I feel like this government, let me say this government from the beginning of their presidency in January 2017 to date has become very, very reactionary. I will not forget this, even if the whole Ghana forgets it. On the Sunday that, when COVID was announced that COVID was a pandemic, a week, the Friday, the president had a press conference and with members, people from the health sector, and then he said Ghana was not going to have a lockdown because blah, blah, blah. He gave so many reasons. And then 2 days later, he changed his mind and announced the lockdown. I felt like since that day, I had a suspicion about how this government operates. This government operates without carefully assessing situations and having decisions that make you believe that they are rooted in science and data. And now, I'm totally convinced, 1,000% convinced, that this government doesn't make decisions based on science and data. They make decisions based on social media reactions. So if they put out a picture, a social media reacts negatively, now the next decision have to appease social media.
Oh, how are you convinced that that was the only poster that they had?
I'm just convinced. That's my conviction. But anyway,
that's not fair, is it?
It's not fair, but that is based on their actions. That's the conviction I have. But anyway, the terrorism, that picture they put out, the picture didn't say anything about what makes somebody suspicious to be a terrorist. What makes you look at somebody and say that you need to report them to the authorities?
Is that not the reason we have the ambassadors?
So
to help in the education.
Okay, so so what are the ambassadors supposed to do now?
They are supposed to help educate the people
about what makes somebody suspicious to be a terrorist.
Exactly, and other things like things to look out for and encourage people to, report.
You see, the problem with that is now we are creating a society where we're always going to look at people as, because things that make people quote unquote suspicious of terrorism may be things that make people, any other thing. So maybe if somebody is having extremist views, now that makes a person a terrorist. If maybe I have extreme Christian views, and I believe a human being on earth is supposed to be a Christian, if somebody is not a Christian, they are going to hell. For which reason, they are not even ready to be part of my society. Does that make me a terrorist because I hold those views? I'm curious about what are the criteria that they used in selecting the ambassadors. Because most people in this world who end up being identified as terrorists are people who are young people in their 20s. Most terrorists are people in their, most people who act on being terrorists. Like most people who have been arrested as terrorists are people in their 20s.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was getting confused now.
Yeah.
You have brought me back.
Yes. I'm brought for name back. And those people, I wonder what sway someone like Kwame Sefa-Kan has on young people. We love Kwame Sefa-Kan.
He has what?
No.
He's the host of one of the biggest morning shows.
What sway does he have on young people? You see, like Oprah Winfrey, right? She's one of the biggest TV stars in the world. She doesn't have sway on people less than the age of 30. Nobody under the age of 30 look at Oprah Winfrey and say, I want to do something because Oprah Winfrey wants to do it. She's not Kim Kardashian. She doesn't have sway over young people, even though she's Oprah Winfrey. She's probably bigger than Kim Kardashian. She's not Cardi B. Even though she has sway, she's bigger than Cardi B. She doesn't have sway over young people the way Cardi B does. You understand? Even though Kwame Sefa-Kan is big, she doesn't have sway over young people the way someone like Shatta Wale does. Because we look at him as an old person. We don't look at him like, somebody who is like us. You understand? So it has nothing to do with how big you are. So I'm curious as to what someone like Nana Mama Namwa, it makes sense because she kind of have a lot of sway over young people because she's very active on social media. But I wonder if people who are who hold views who are deeply into their belief systems, because terrorism starts with having a belief system. Who are deeply into their belief system go on Twitter to pay attention to what Nanama is doing. I wonder how somebody like
Empress
Gifty, what sway she has over young people, as compared to even in the Christian community. I believe that someone like Brother Sami has sway over young Christians, or someone like who is the person who does this pop gospel Abbey. I think someone that I was about to say Kwesi Otin, but Kwesi Otin is now for older people, older swag Christians. Someone like Joe Mettle may have more sway over young Christians. Someone like that may have more sway than someone like, Empress Gifty. I have to say that.
Let me hear your submission on that. Is it necessary to have these ambassadors?
I think with this set tone for having ambassadors for terrorism, I think very soon then we should have ambassadors of road carnage, road accidents, because it's killing people day in, day out. It's even collecting lives than terrorism across the world in terms of numbers. Even in this country, how many terrorist attacks have we had? None. We are just anticipating. No, you see, I'm building a point. If you're trying to, terrorism is not fought with loudness, right? It's actually fought with tact, discipline, and with some kind of seriousness, because your attacker would not display his intention before you realize it happens. Even America, where it happens, where they have what do we say, the accoutrement to even forestall any unexpected attack. I want to ask, I don't know if I'm open for education. Do they have ambassadors? Like, do they make noise about it that we are ready for any terrorist attack? You see, these are things that, for me, as I become scared, because it's like you trying to invite the uninvited. Because maybe it could be a mere perception. But once you're giving it a seat, it's baiting other people to say that, no, let's test your pulse. You get it? And maybe you might not be the one to suffer for it, because we, the ordinary people, will be the ones to suffer, because when we say Jack, you can just book your private jets and you're out, and we will still be here. So whatever we are doing, if it has to do with security, security is not like a comedy stage where you suspend your disbelief and say, okay, let's see you that you are Rambo. But maybe I'm not Rambo. I've suspended my disbelief. I'm believing this bottle is my aeroplane. You get it? But in real life, you don't suspend disbeliefs. You work with it. You work seriously when it has to do with security. So, people have just panned in on just Empress Adoye because people ask, in what capacity? You get it? Is it Ibad, right? The security analyst guy. The guy, at least, if not, he has read something on security intelligence. Enchidanso, Professor Enin, and the likes who are security gurus are there. They can look at this situation and say, no, reading from what's happening, if you compare this to Somalia or Nigeria in maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago, which ended up, or in Kenya, where one of our professors died in Kenya, or is it Professor Kofi Awono? Maybe this was what happens. The transition came out this way, and this was what happened. So maybe they will advise government behind closed door that this is what you are supposed to do to forestall any such happenings. So you are taking intelligent and technical views from people with know-how. You get it? But parading people for being loud on radio or being all over the place for social media, whether gospel or whatsoever you, to be ambassadors as what? To make the state, to be paying them other allowances. No, you see, there are things that we need to be serious about. If we are going to be ambassadors, let's create ambassadorial checks where the people will be reporting to the government or the presidency that based on our research, because we are active on social media, and these things are not going well. There's no water in this village. So Nanaba and Amwa and the likes could be ambassadors for clean water. It even helps in achieving our target for SDG by 2030. You get it? So at the end of the day, let's not just form things because we want to form them, and sometimes it's meant to neutralize people who would even intend to attack the government in terms of what it does. You get it? So for me, what I feel is that this is a fruitless journey. This is, excuse my language, I don't want to use the word, but it's a needless entity, and it's a waste of government money and space. And the fact that it's even baiting other people to even have that idea that Ghanaians say they are ready. Me pacho, you're ready. Just like when the Ukraine issue started and people started joking with it on social media, trying to say things about Ukraine and Russia. We don't have the muscle to rub shoulders with certain levels, echelons of security prone zones. You get it? So when you're dealing with issues, people may not even attack you because Ghana for crowd. They don't say anything about us. But when you start telling the people that we are ready, you're ready for what? Even our elections, we are never ready because people have died until now. We don't know who killed those people. We've not been able to come to terms that, okay, family A, family B, this is what happened. But we were able to hold a vigil for Floyd way back in America. But 9 people have died because of America, because of elections in this country. And these are the loopholes you are supposed to be digging to see the traces. How? Because you won't expect that someone will put a gun on your head and you also can have a way to defend yourself and you say you won't. You want to die. Are you Jesus? No. So, Abrantipa, the technical way is that let's look out for what builds up such situations that make people want to act in a particular way. And this can be done by the expert like Professor Enin, what we call it, Professor Entry Danso, even Ibad Mohammed, whom people were even making mockery of. At least he has read and he's at least enlightened when it has to do with some element of security intelligence. These are people, at least, even if there's the need, these are the people you should even use for technical and technical know-how and advice.
Would you expect the celebs to turn down the the appointment?
If you're a celebrity, what you do is that you owe the people, right, that kind of honesty, and then that kind of confidence and belief to be able to tell it to leadership that not because I am in your fold, but I need to tell you the truth so that tomorrow, when I'm not around, people will make even reference to me that I was able. You remember Black Coffee when she was appointed deputy creative arts.
She was the
deputy director or
deputy
of creative arts right agency. And then what happened? She said she's being paid, right? She's being paid monthly for no work done. She can't enjoy at the expense of the suffering masses. So she did what?
She resigned.
That is someone with integrity. So if you want to be measured with that kind of standard in terms of having integrity, question your appointment and make the government know that this is what you think of it. And if this, you suggest, like I've given my suggestions, any reasonable person will agree with me, honestly speaking. Okay. I'm really peeved.
Okay, so...
okay,
two things he said, right?
2 things, quickly.
Yeah, so the thing about what he said about, what's the name? Government wanted to use, to shut up people, right? You know, the definition of terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. So people, you know, there is a lot of, you know, anger about the state of the economy now. So a lot of people are agitating. There have been reports that some people want to brandish guns at the June 4th rally this weekend. So there is a lot of anxiety in the country right now. There's a lot of unrest in the country right now. And some of these unrest could, in the broad definition of terrorism, could border into areas that could be considered terrorist language, right? But I don't think that in Ghana, terrorism is what people, what's the name, aim towards when they are angry. Maybe use of, you know, coup d'etats or advocating for coup d'etats as something Ghanaians are more likely to do than terrorism.
Oh, but are you limiting the people who could execute whatever it is to only Ghanaians?
No, but
they can be foreigners.
They could be foreigners living in Ghana who are also agitated, because I was talking to this white guy recently. He told me he's been living in Ghana for the past 19 years, and this is the first time he's feeling
the heat. Yeah,
he's feeling like a lack of. He's feeling insecure in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, but all this pours towards there's this history that we are told that the 66 coup was founded by foreigners, but it's still in the line of coup d'etats, not terrorism. So yes, government is trying to use. I think that he's up to something when he said government is trying to use this to silence dissenters in this, because Ghana have a history of the government. This government in particular have been very hard on people trying to criticize them.
Point well noted. McDonald Nanaya Asari, aka Romeo Medina, Social Welfare Assemblyman. He's an event organizer, artist manager, and a member of the Miss Ghana team. The the author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It, Nene B, is also a the
author of the book, Everything That Happened, the People Who Made It.
Oh, boy. Okay, so thank you for coming, gentlemen. Let me announce that we are going on a break. Not a break as in we are going and coming on the show, but yes, we are going for a 1 month break, and then we'll return with, another package. The show will not come back as Bloggers Forum. We'll be back with another name or a different name.
Okay. So this is the last
we'll change
episode.
Something a bit. Yes, this is the last
episode of Bloggers Forum?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Last episode of Bloggers Forum.
How long have Bloggers Forum been running?
Close to 3 years, right?
Wow.
Yeah, close to 3 years.
COVID.
Yes, before COVID. I think it was early 2020. Either February or early February or late January.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And congratulations on running this show for 3 years. It's been a very good platform, and a lot of people do watch this program a lot. Last time, I had a call from my dad. I said, he saw an episode, he didn't like the language we used. I'm like, yo, this is how we talk. He didn't like the language I was using.
Yeah.
Because I had used a lot of sexual images.
Yeah.
And so, I think that the show has been an important addition to the entertainment space. And then the conversations you have is different from the conversations being had on other entertainment platforms. And the angles you take the conversations from is different from how conversations are being taken from on other platforms. The language being used on a lot of entertainment platforms is in the Efia Schwarzenegger language, Efia Schwarzenegger level of thinking. And that has not augured well for the industry. And even when they are treating important subjects, like say when they are talking about maybe Musiga or Five Pack, the way they talk about it in language that the lay people on the street don't care about. I don't care. People who are not really deep in the entertainment industry don't really care about behind the scenes unless it is attached to some gossip, right? And I think that you are able to blend, I'm saying you because you are the producer or the producer of the show, right? As well as the host. And, your team is also doing well, right? And you are able to blend a lot of, the gossip aspect of the industry with the important news in a way that doesn't make it boring. And your choice of panelists, myself included, are also exceptional. I'm one of the most exceptional human beings God ever made.
This man, he's a poet too, so yes. Romeo, yeah. We are coming back, rebranded, everything, the name of the show, the venues that we'll be shooting, the duration and everything.
I think it's in order, because in everything you do, you should have sort of reassessment and also hibernating and then coming back and with a different vibe is also on course. So I think so far it's been good, it's been fruitful. People have been following the platform, and it has created some kind of, it has also augmented the followership of most of your panelists. And it's been an avenue where a lot of people look up to. So I'm sure, yes, they're going to be missing the weekly releases, but patience is solid virtue everyone needs. So patiently, I know people will be waiting, and in the new form, I think they will enjoy it more. Would also up our research game and also come with a different vibe to augment the status of the show.
All right. So whilst we go on break, we'll bring you some of the beautiful episodes that were shot. So if you missed it, you can still get them on our YouTube channel, and then on GhanaWeb TV on the website www.ghanaweb.com. You see the GhanaWeb TV. Just click and watch all the episodes that we have shot since 2020. Thank you so much, Nene B. Thank you, Magduna Nanea Asare. Thanks to Anoda Samwabedu, Vida Duchumwabuatin, Zeda, Zion Felix, Kobiche, all the people who have been on the show. This man is a nice guy. He's with the health sector. He's a photographer. Kobe, he's also a Kobe.
The guy at Accra FM too.
Yeah. Kobe Blay. Yes, Kobe Blay has also been on the show. Thanks to all
the guy at
those
Accra FM, what's his name?
Who?
Is it Karim?
Yes, Karim.
Yeah.
Karim.
I like
yes.
that guy.
Yeah, Abdul Karim Ibrahim. Thanks to everyone who has been on the show. Thanks to Mrs. Benis or Parijan. When I'm not there, she does it best. And sometimes I feel like if I don't have leave to go cry, I should go on leave so that she would do it. Yes. And so thanks to everyone who has contributed to the success of the show. Like I mentioned, we are going for a month break. When we return, it will be an all-new edition or episodes of the show. A few things are going to change, and so we'll be back. Keep watching our shows on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks to the crew, Sandra Ubribia, to Kwame Ajaho, to Pearl, aka Awam Judge, to Sami Ejri Everett for the production work.
What's the name of my brother? The guy I speak Dangwe with.
Who?
The guy I speak Dangwe with. He's not here today.
Who does he speak Dangwe? Kwame Adam.
Oh,
okay. Kwame is on leave. Yes.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Yeah. Shouts to Nanea Radio, aka Nanea 18. Yeah. I'm Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. We out.
The Ghana Football Association on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, issued a verdict on the alleged face game between Ash Gold and Interlight, which was played in the 2020-2021 season. The two clubs have been demoted to Division 2 after being found guilty of match fixing and match manipulation. Today, we are in the office of the lawyer of Interlight, who have appealed the decision by the disciplinary committee, to speak to him on a variety of arguments in his 15-page statement. This is Sports Tech. I'm Perez as well, and after this break, we talk law. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV, and my guest today is lawyer Felix Nanose. He is the legal rep for Interlight, who have applied an appeal. Maybe I take one again. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and my name is Perez as well. My guest today is lawyer Felix Nanose, who is the legal rep for Interlight, who have appealed the decision by the disciplinary committee of the Ghana Football Association to demote his club and Ash Gold to Division 2. Like I've read your appeal, and I think we have over 15 pages. And
is it 15? Yeah, I think so.
15 pages, but I want us to dwell more on the particulars of the. I think that's where the meat is.
Yeah.
We have four
grounds of appeal.
Yes.
That we filed challenging the decision of the disciplinary committee. Now, the first ground of appeal, as you have it in our appeal is the fact that it's our contention that the decision that was given by the disciplinary committee was against the weight of evidence that was adduced or led during the proceedings. Now, what basically that means is that if you consider and evaluate what actually was placed on the table by the prosecution, vis-a-vis the investigations that they carried out and the case that they put before the disciplinary committee, if you evaluate it, the charges that were leveled against Inter-Allies Football Club was not proven.
But they found evidence of someone who, in quotes, self-volunteer of the club, basically colluding with some players, having interactions with some people at Ashgood to fix the game. I think the main bone of contention is who is the man in question, the Niamua guy.
Okay, so this Emmanuel Niamua, or aka Ni Gogo, used to be with Inter-Allies Football Club.
Okay.
Now, in the 2014-2015 season, Emmanuel Niamua was registered with the club as the logistics officer. He was in charge of making arrangements for football pitch, getting us jerseys and everything that had to do with logistics. So after the 2014-2015 season, he resigned because he had the opportunity to serve his people in his hometown. He was installed as a chief, so he resigned. This is 8 years ago.
Was that communicated to the FA that this man no longer holds any position?
Good. Now, per the regulations of the FA, every football season you must present the list of officials that you would want to work with. So from 2014-2015, Emmanuel Niamua was no longer with us. That is the more reason why, in presenting their case, they were only able to pin us down to 2014-2015. Meanwhile, the matter in contention, or the season in contention, is 2020-2021. Why didn't they get evidence to the effect that in 2020-2021, Emmanuel Niamua was part of our club?
The argument from the FA's perspective, and I've heard a few people closer to the FA, they claim that on that particular day, in that particular game, he was present at the pre-match in the name of Inter-Allies. He traveled with the team. He was in the team's hotel. So if I'm not an official of the club, and per what I have read, you have to be an official of a club to represent the club at pre-match. And if Niamua was there, if he traveled with the team, and if he was slept in the team's hotel, then clearly, I mean, those are grounds for a layman to assume or to agree with the notion that Niamua is indeed an official of Inter-Allies.
Well, you see, we have it at the back of our mind. After the investigations we ourselves conducted, Emmanuel Niamua had an agenda that he wanted to execute or to push. Because he was an ex-official of Inter-Allies Football Club, of course, he was at every point in time welcome to the club. Once we didn't have any reason to believe that there was this hidden agenda that he wanted to execute, we had no reason to distance ourselves from him. Now, it's true he joined the team bus. It's true he was with the team when they went to the hotel. But that wasn't sanctioned by management. It was on the blind side of management.
So management of Inter-Allies were not aware that Niamua was even part of the team?
No, but then we confirmed that Niamua joined the team bus and he was part of he was with the team when they lodged in the hotel. So after this whole issue had come up, it was very sorry on our part because the manner in which the game was played and the outcome of the football match was such that it was mind-boggling for management. So we ourselves, or Inter-Allies Football Club, conducted its own internal investigations. And I'll put it on record that it was based on the investigations Inter-Allies conducted. We were able to fish out Niamua. If it wasn't for Inter-Allies, GFA would have never had Niamua as part of being part of this whole saga. because he was nowhere in the radar. Because the only people who GFA had their mind on, or the investigative to GFA had their mind on, were the players, and maybe the coach. If you stretch the argument, maybe the technical team. It was our investigations, when we were conducting our investigation and we were asking the players what went wrong. That was how come we got wind of the fact that Emmanuel Niamwa joined the team bus. He joined the team where they lodged in the hotel. So it became apparent for us to question him as well. And because he was an ex-official of our club, it was very easy getting him. So we asked him, we interrogated him, we got report from him, and we were able to link his attitude or his actions before and after the game to this whole scandal that had rocked the entire football match. So it was our investigative report that was presented to GFA that led GFA to invite or engage the CID to trace Emmanuel Niamwa and get all the call logs or his call records and the Momo transactions that went on. If it wasn't for Interallies, this revelation wouldn't have come to light.
Someone would argue that the GFA would have also spoken to the players eventually, and just as you guys uncovered during your interrogation, they would have also discovered from the players that Niamwa was the brain behind the whole thing.
I beg to differ on that, because it's based on the way we conducted our investigations that pinned some of the players down, because they are players. We know how to treat them. It was the kind of pressure that we gave them, the kind of interrogations that we made them go through, that they came out voluntarily and linked Emmanuel Niamwa to the whole picture. Because originally, Emmanuel Niamwa was not supposed to be part of the team that went there. So it raised an eyebrow.
But was that the only time Emmanuel Niamwa has been on Interallies?
You see, when it comes to Emmanuel Niamwa per se, he is part of the Regional Football Association.
Okay.
He is active in the sporting world when it comes to football in Ghana. So he makes arrangements for football pitches. He contacts commissioners and all that, and he arranges matches to be played. But on that fateful day, because because he had an agenda to push, that's how come he was able to maneuver his way around and execute his agenda. Now, if you read a report from the GFA said that Ash Gold was dealing with Emmanuel Niamwa because they felt or they believed that Emmanuel Niamwa was an official of Interallies. You see, it is because Emmanuel Niamwa had represented or misrepresented himself to Ash Gold. That's how come they were dealing with him. But make it clear, let me make it clear. Interallies Football Club is a legal entity on its own.
Sure.
What Interallies Football Club does is distinct and different from what the officials of Interallies do. Now, let me conclude. If you would want to associate the actions of officials to that of Interallies and say that the actions of the officers or the officials of Interallies are synonymous with the club, there are a whole lot of requirements that need to be satisfied.
Yeah.
For instance, if the president of Interallies makes a declaration on behalf of Interallies, we can say that it is Interallies that has acted.
Sure.
If the managing director of Interallies makes a declaration or makes a misrepresentation or a representation, whatever, any action or inaction it takes, it affects Interallies. Now, if the members or the shareholders of Interallies during a shareholders meeting make a resolution, it is Interallies that has acted. But if officers, ordinary officers, take actions that are not sanctioned by Interallies, you can't say that the officers' action or inaction is synonymous with Interallies. That is a principle that has to do with corporate governance and the legal, separate legal entity principle.
So your argument basically is that Niamwa is not a sanctioned or it's not a recognized official of Interallies. Therefore, his actions cannot be equated or cannot be meant to be actions or decisions of the club.
Precisely. And our reaction after the game and the sanctions we also placed after the game should tell anyone that if indeed we were complicit in this whole scandal and in these whole allegations that were leveled against us, we wouldn't have voluntarily given out information. You see, one, he wasn't registered with us during the season in contention. He is not an official of Inter-Allies. That fact needs to be established clearly. And of course, when the prosecution was leading evidence and were giving their side of the story or prosecuting their case, they only said they were able to link Emmanuel Niamua to Inter-Allies because of a 2014-2015 FIFA Connect system.
Sure.
What happened to 2020-2021 FIFA Connect system? Why would you want to take someone who was with us 8 years ago? And because he was with us 8 years ago, the actions that he has taken in 2020, 8 years down the line, should be our responsibility.
Maybe the reason could be that if he was with you guys then he still has some legitimacy, he still has some influence in the club to make certain decisions. Maybe.
No, he has no influence. And as I was saying, if Inter-Allies is supposed to act, there are three ways when you look at the company law that gives ways that companies must act. The company can act through its managing director. The company can act through members during a general meeting, or the company can act through the board of directors. Niamua is nowhere near these category of persons in the company. So, as I've already said, he had an agenda to push, and to be able to execute the agenda, he had to do his homework well, make sure he represented some sort of a clean sheet to whoever was his counterpart, for the person to believe that indeed he wielded some influence. But in actual sense or in actual fact, he wielded no influence. Because during investigations, some football players of Inter-Allies were not even in the known of this whole 5-1 scandal or 5-1 match betting that was supposed to go on. Some of the players didn't know. Hashmin, for instance, Hashmin, who had to score 2 own goals, he plays for Inter-Allies. Hashmin confirmed during the proceedings that Inter-Allies Football Club, before going into the game, promised each and every player 1,000 Ghana cedis winning bonus. This was before the game. So if Inter-Allies Football Club had placed this match on bet, why would Inter-Allies promise each and every player 1,000 Ghana cedis? For what? This is on record. And they are saying that the disciplinary committee, if they had attached weight to this piece of evidence, same way that they attached weight to Hashmin's evidence, and for that matter, they mitigated his sentence, they would have realized that Inter-Allies Football Club was not culpable of the charges or the offenses they leveled against us.
You argue again that the FA's ruling was based on conjecture and basically allegation. They had no foundation basically to come out with a decision they came out against Inter-Allies. On what basis do you make such argument?
Good. Now, if you read the decision, they are saying that when they interviewed Niamua said he wasn't going to release any information to them as far as Inter-Allies was concerned. And based on that, they felt Inter-Allies was responsible and Inter-Allies was guilty.
It could be that he's protecting the big bosses who, commissioned him to undertake the...
That is the conjecture we are talking about. If you've leveled charges against me, you should be able to prove. Yeah. It is your case against my case. Yes. You are the prosecution. You should be able to gather your evidence and prove. Now, per their standard, their own standard, they are saying that the standard is one that is beyond reasonable doubt, but then it's above the preponderance of probability. So when you balance it, it means that the standard of proof is supposed to be down, which is more than what is expected in a civil suit. So if you are saying that Inter-Allies was complicit in this whole saga, you should be able to link it up. Okay, when Niamua was able to engage the other part, and Niamua was sent money through Momo, he was giving the money. Did he give any official or did he give Inter-Allies that money? Did Inter-Allies benefit from the transaction that went on? These are things that the disciplinary committee or the prosecution was supposed to have satisfied. This wasn't done. So how then do you pin Interallies as part of the whole deal or the whole scandal? It should be linked up. It shouldn't be just based on conjecture. Because he was not able to provide you with evidence, you are saying, okay, then we are guessing that he's withholding evidence from us and he's trying to cover up Interallies. It doesn't work that way.
All right, thank you very much, lawyer Nana, Felix Nana. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez as well. We are discussing the ruling by the Ghana Football Association, the subsequent appeal by Interallies. Their lawyer is my guest on Sports Check today. And after the break, we will dive into more issues here. Welcome back from the break. We are discussing Interallies' appeal of the decision by the disciplinary committee of the Ghana Football Association to demote them to the Division 2 of Ghana football. And also earlier you made the point that Interallies conducted internal investigations. I have two questions. What were the findings, and did you sanction the players and some officials who were found culpable in this whole scheme?
Yes, when this whole issue came up, it was a big blow to the team. So immediately we were able to set up a committee, now come up with our investigations, conduct our investigations, come up with a report, and also report to management. Now, our investigations revealed that indeed Emmanuel Niamua was the mastermind behind this whole saga. Now, some of the players were also found culpable. And this investigative report that was dated on the 22nd day of July, 2021. I think the incident happened on the 17th day of July, 2021. We had our report on the 22nd day of July, 2021. We forwarded it to the integrity officer of the GFA, and we captioned it, investigations into Ghana Premier League match day 34 game, Ashanti Gold Sporting Club versus Interallies Football Club. Now, let me read to you the account of management. The account of management. We say that the committee spoke with management. It became obvious that none of the management members traveled with the team, which is the norm when a team travels afar. The management, proud to departure of the team, promised the playing and technical team a winning bonus of 1,000 Ghana cedis. This promise was confirmed by all the players who appeared before the committee. The management on the account had no knowledge of any match fixing or placing the match on betting. The management were not contacted by any person either from the opposing team or betting company and has resolved to assist the GFA in its investigations. The committee will continue its work and will make available any cogent evidence pursuant to the issue at hand. So those who were found culpable, they were sanctioned, their salaries were withdrawn, and they were dismissed from the club. Okay. Now, the period within which this our investigations was conducted and that of the GFA, it more or less clashed. So we had to, at some point, put a pause on ours and concentrate on that of the GFA. So we handed over everything that was at our disposal to the GFA. So the GFA carried it out from there, and they even involved the CID to help them with the investigations based on the leads that we give to them. But
in particular, Niamua, couldn't you guys report him to the CID yourself and say this man is representing us, parading himself as an official of the club, but we don't recognize him and he's going to bring us some bit of shame, so we want you to deal with him? Yeah, so because we gave the whole information to the GFA integrity officer, he carried it out from there. And because the CID, we knew the CID was involved, it was just going to be more or less like a duplicity of action for us to also report the same matter to the CID. So the CID conducted their own investigation, and it was through the CID that they got the call-ups and the transactions that occurred through the Momo. That's how come this whole thing came about. So do management feel betrayed or by the FA that we collaborated with you, worked with you to uncover this plot. Then you stab us in the back with a demotion to Division 2. How did they take the ruling?
We took the ruling. If you've read our appeal, we classified it as a witch hunt, because if you are charging us with some offences that you feel we have committed, you should be able to prove that indeed we committed the offence. If you look at the charges against us, the charges against Interallies was that, you read the charges, there are 2 charges. It says count 1. The club was charged for breach of Article 34(5)(a) of the Premier League regulations for instigating, commanding, and counselling its players to play a fixed match or match of convenience between Ashanti Gold SC and Interallies FC to achieve a result in favour of Ashanti Gold SC, an act which the club knew or ought to have known at the time of engaging in it to be contrary to the Premier League regulations of the Ghana Football Association. This is the charge against Interallies. Did we instigate? Did we command? Did we counsel our players? Are you saying that by promising our players 1,000 Ghana cedis each if they were going to win, was counseling them to play a match that has been fixed? Obviously, it didn't sit well with us. So we felt, or we feel, that we've been given a raw deal by the GFA, or the disciplinary committee. Now, Hashmin, who also came out to more or less voice out his frustrations on air, he's been punished. Do you think someone who sees himself as a whistleblower someday, somehow, when he gets involved in this kind of things, will voluntarily come out and voice things out? I think the issue with the Hashmin situation is that you don't take the law into your own hands. In basically, you committed an illegality in trying to correct an illegality. So you feel that they've planned to fix a game. You've heard of it. There was a match commissioner, there were GFA officials. You could have told them. You don't take the law into your own hands as a player, go win, score 2 goals, and bring the name of the game into disrepute. So basically, I think from you, I understand what he was trying to do, trying to make sure that what they had planned did not come to pass. But in doing so, how he did it is the main. Because I think the FA, the thing is that once you hear of it, you must report, you must take an action. And as a player and as a stakeholder, what he should have done was to report to the match commissioner. And maybe you could argue that maybe the GFA could have let him off the hook. But I feel like a 6 months ban, it's okay, honestly. Well, I'm not to argue for Hashmin, but the reason why I chipped in Hashmin's issue has to do with the fact that he was able to collaborate with the GFA. Yeah. You know, we are all here to protect the integrity of the game. Sure. You should also bear in mind that in as much as some of us would want the integrity of the game to be held high esteem, there are some bad nuts within us who also want to bring the name of the game down into disrepute. So what actions are you taking, or what actions will you take to encourage those who feel that they are here to protect the game? Now, Hashmin, of course, he took an action which everyone would believe that doesn't happen in football. He was subbed on at some point in time, I think when the match was 3-0. He was subbed on when the match was 3-0. And when Ash Gold had scored the 5th goal, he felt that, okay, the rumors he had heard was coming to fruition. So let me just scatter everything and put sand in their gari by scoring the 2 own goals. For us, when Hashmin also gave the interview, it was surprising to us because he didn't inform anyone. Management was not aware. And the whole saga was so bad in taste to the extent that as management or as top members of the top hierarchy of the club, you will sit down looking at the faces of each and everyone and asking yourself, what went wrong? Yeah. What did we do wrong? What happened? That is why we conducted our own investigations. It became very important that we conducted our own investigations, and we came up with our investigative report.
But you cashed in, Interallies cashed on one of the players. The Lamte, the one he sold to Kumasi and Santi Kotoko.
The deal was done way before the completion of the 2020-2021 season. Interallies cashes in on most of its players. When you look at the whole of the sub-region or even in Africa. Interallies is one of the clubs that is able to export its players to foreign clubs or foreign teams.
So you had already signed for Kotoko even before that game?
Precisely. That was the last game. That was the last game of the season. And
I think there were 2 games from match day 34.
34. Yeah. Okay. So the deal was already done. It wasn't because of that game that got what's his name? Lamptey the deal.
Okay.
He already had his plans, and he already has had his way out of the club.
So now, what do you want from the FA?
Okay.
From the appeals committee?
We want a reversal of the decision that has been handed against us. 100,000 Ghana cedis is so harsh on a club like Interallies, and also demoting us to Division 2 for an offence we know nothing about. It is different if evidence was laid or there is concrete evidence to show that Interallies Football Club as an entity did engage, as the charges spell out, did engage with Ashgo in this case to collaborate and come out with this ugly fixture. But we didn't have any hand to do with hand in it. Why should we be punished?
And if the FA refused your request, what next?
There are structures. We are going to CAS, the Court of Arbitration of Sports. That is where we would head our next journey to. That is where we will go. We believe in our case. We believe we have a strong case to make at the appeals committee. The appeals committee would consider the arguments that we have placed before them. More importantly, the dichotomy that we are making between Interallies and its officials and Emmanuel Niamu especially, who we have established, or who the disciplinary committee was not able to establish, that the season and contention, he was our official. And he wielded influence in the team so as to have actions or commit actions that would be binding on the team. Once he was nobody, he was someone who had his own agenda and wanted to carry out a secret agenda. He was on the front of his own. That's how we put it. His actions are not binding on the club. He doesn't think